of inky waters, the jet black undertow of fright. From the cold depths now I will conjure the spiral madness of his mind. Once more the ocean's a lake, so alike land awake. Come save your soul, awake new and whole. By name I will summon him. From the silence of screams, from the city of dreams, it's a dark ocean ceremony. The horror story falsely claiming, naming you servant of the night. Now rise above the name I'm calling, your soul returning to the light. Once more the ocean's a lake, so alike land awake. Come save your soul, awake new and whole. By name I will summon him. From the silence of screams, from the city of dreams, it's a dark ocean ceremony.
Yeah! Es geht los mit Alan Wake. Ich habe mich ganz spontan entschieden. Oh, Moment, ich wechsle mal hier rüber. So, guten Abend. Ja, ich habe mich ganz spontan entschieden, vor Alan Wake 2 doch nochmal eben das Remaster vom ersten Teil zu spielen. Das war kostenlos jetzt für mich beim Alan Wake 2 dabei, was ich mit richtig krassem Rabatt bekommen habe bei Epic. Und Alan Wake 1 ist nicht so lang. Das könnte man jetzt vielleicht heute und vielleicht morgen Nachmittag noch durchbekommen. Genau. Also jetzt es ist einfach das großes Alan Wake Wochenende bei mir. Mal gucken, wie ich durchkomme. Ich hoffe, meine Stimme kackt heute nicht komplett ab. Ich müsste vielleicht gleich noch ein Jello Revoice nehmen. Ich bin ein bisschen erkältet, aber das soll mich nicht davon abhalten, heute Alan Wake zu spielen. Da gibt's auch nichts Besseres, als schön Old Gods of Asgard reinzumachen. Das ist eine Band, die im Alan Wake Kosmos existiert, die nur für diese Spiele existiert. Das stecken die Leute von Poets of the Fall hinter. Ja, die auch jetzt auch bei den Game Awards performt haben. Während ich das Spiel schon mal starte langsam. Alan Wake 1 ist jetzt für mich kein Blind Playthrough. Ich habe das schon mal gespielt. Zumindest das Original des Remasters. Vermute ich mal gut das gleiche. Aber halt ein bisschen remastered. Also ich kenne die Story so halbwegs. Ich kenne so die großen Twists und so, aber ich werde trotzdem... Erstmal muss ich mich mit Epic verbinden. Genau, Alan Wake Warnung. Computer verfügt nicht über die Mindestanforderungen. What? Okay. Ich spiele das Spiel ganz bestimmt nicht in einer richtig kacke Auflösung. Das könnt ihr vergessen. Okay, das... Ich guck mal. Okay, wie ändere ich die Auflösung? The fuck? Hä? Gut, dass ich das Spiel schon mal gestartet habe vorher. Also nicht. Hehe. So. Okay, das aus. Leasing aus. Das auf hoch. Und dann bestätigen. Ja. Ich hätte gerne PS-Anzeige, aber vielleicht auch lieber nicht. Okay, ich guck einfach mal, wie es läuft. Wenn es nicht läuft, dann läuft. Ah, warte, ich muss mal kurz noch. Wieder alles verschoben hier. Ich ein Skandal. Soll ich gehen hier drüben? Chat hätte ich gern hier drüben. Ich spiele mal auf normal. Albtraum geht auch noch gar nicht.
Stephen King schrieb einmal, Albträume existieren außerhalb der Logik. Es bringt wenig, sie erklären zu wollen. Sie sind die Antithese der Poesie der Angst. In Horrorgeschichten fragt das Opfer ständig nach dem Warum. Aber es gibt keine Erklärung und es sollte auch keine geben. Das ungelöste Geheimnis verfolgt uns am längsten und ist das, woran wir uns schließlich erinnern. Mein Name ist Alan Wake. Ich bin Schriftsteller. Ich hatte schon immer eine rege Fantasie. Aber dieser Traum hat mich aus der Bahn geworfen. Er war wild und düster und sogar für mich ziemlich verrückt. Ja, es begann mit einem Traum. Für einen Albtraum typisch war ich zu spät dran und musste dringend mein Ziel erreichen, einen Leuchtturm. Es gab wichtige Gründe, an die ich mich nicht erinnere. Um dorthin zu kommen, fuhr ich auf der Küstenstraße zu schnell. Ich hatte den Anhalter zu spät gesehen. Er war tot. Ich war überzeugt, dass ich im Gefängnis landen und Alice nie wiedersehen würde. Plötzlich war seine Leiche weg.
Episode 1 Albtraum.
Ich stand noch unter Schock und konnte mich kaum auf den Beinen halten.
Also man merkt schon. Nein. Man merkt schon, das Spiel legt einen großen Fokus auf Narrative. Es ist ein sehr storylastiges Spiel, in dem es um einen Buchautor geht. Das Spiel wird aus der Sicht des Buchautors geschrieben, aber teilweise auch so, als würde der Buchautor seine eigene Geschichte schreiben. Was ein bisschen wirre ist und auch später noch sehr wirre wird. Aber es ist auch sehr geil. Ich muss die Empfindlichkeit ein bisschen runterstellen. Ich schätze mal auf. Jetzt mal, das wird für mich okay sein. Direkte Aiming. Ich mach mal direkte Aiming. Okay, das ist vielleicht doch ein bisschen zu langsam. Ist auch immer noch zu langsam. Ich lasse es einfach mal auf Mittel. Mit direkter Aiming. Ist aber richtig.
Ich musste zum Leuchtturm.
Wenn ich jetzt hier auf 2 stelle, ohne
Etwas
direkte Aiming.
Wichtiges wartete dort
Das,
auf mich.
Gleich habe ich's. Oh, weniger geht nicht, ne? Ich habe mir bei diesem Spiel, als ich das damals das erste Mal gespielt habe, schon gedacht, ey, das wäre doch eigentlich voll das coole Spiel zum Stream oder Let's Playen. Und deshalb wollte ich auch unbedingt Alan Wake 2 streamen. Als es rauskam, habe ich einfach nicht die Zeit dafür gehabt. Oh, der Boy lebt wieder. Das ist doch bestimmt gut. Das...
Sie kennen mich gar nicht, oder Schreiberling? Halten Sie sich für Gott? Glauben Sie, dass Sie sich einfach Sachen ausdenken können? Mit Menschen spielen und sie töten, damit es die Spannung steigert?
Oh Gott.
Jetzt hören Sie diese Geschichte und ich... Sie sind ein Witz. Ohne Ihren Lektor stünde doch kein einziger lesbarer Satz in Ihren Büchern. Sie werden nie wieder eine Ihrer miesen Geschichten veröffentlichen. Ich befördere Sie ins Grab. Ihre Geschichten sind nicht besonders gut. Sie haben überhaupt keinen künstlerischen Wert. Sie sind ein lausiger Schriftsteller. Billiger Horror und großkotziges Geschwafel. Mehr haben Sie nicht drauf. Sehen Sie mich an. Sehen Sie Ihre Arbeit an.
Okay, das war ein langer Monolog. Guck mal, ein QR-Code. Den muss ich immer kurz scannen. Camera. Das ist ein YouTube-Video. Guck mal kurz, ob ich das hier auf YouTube finde. Aber das will ich euch zeigen. Kann ich mir das irgendwie an mich selber schicken? Ich würde das gern an mich selber schicken. Okay, ich setze mir noch später ansehen. Playlist. Auf welchem Kanal bin ich hier? Wo ist Bildschirmaufnahme? Da.
I was trapped here. Had been for what felt like years. Outside reality. What we count as real. I wrote to find a way out. I wrote to master this place. To learn its secrets. Use that knowledge to rewrite my reality. Once upon a time, I had written hard-boiled crime books set in New York City. Till I was sick of it. The Alex Casey books. A detective solving cases of murder, corruption and madness in the dark city. This place tapped into my unconscious mind. drew from there, twisting what it stole into a nightmare that took shape around me. A mystery. A detective story. I needed a detective to guide me. Echoes of Casey haunted me.
Okay, das war ein Video. So. Und Alan Wake scheint Mist zu sein hier in dieser Albtraumwelt. Das ist schlecht.
Sie haben den Termin verpasst.
Mist.
Die können mich nicht aufhalten.
Ich stelle mich mal hier hin. Wenn er jetzt hier kommt.
Ich erkannte, dass er eine Figur aus der Geschichte war, an der ich gearbeitet hatte.
Also diese QR-Code-Videos, die sind neu. Die gab es im Original, glaube ich, nicht.
Eigene Schöpfung umzukommen.
Die haben sie fürs Remaster neu gemacht. Okay. Natürlich kann Alan Wake nur begrenzt sprinten.
Oh nein! Stopp! Nein! Nein! Verflucht! Stirb! Nein! Nein!
Der ist dead.
Ich saß fest. Es gab kein Entkommen.
Piracy of Faith.
Die Hütte war eine Todesfalle. Ich musste raus.
Da ist eine Tür. Ah, dankeschön.
Dem Licht nach.
Dem Licht noch, das ist eine sehr gute Idee.
Sie sind verletzt. Sie sollten ins Licht gehen. Nur dort sind sie sicher.
Okay. Alan Wake ernährt sich von Lichtnahrung.
Ich muss Ihnen etwas Wichtiges erzählen. Es lautet so. Denn er wusste nicht, dass unter dem See, den er Heimat nannte, ein tieferer, dunklerer Ozean liegt grün, wo die Wellen wilder und doch ruhiger wegen. Seine Häfen habe ich gesehen. Seine Häfen habe ich gesehen. Verstehen Sie?
Nein.
Zum Licht. Ich will in Ihren Traum, um Ihnen etwas beizubringen. Die Dunkelheit ist gefährlich, noch schläft sie. Wenn sie spürt, dass sie kommen, wird sie erwachen. Es ist wenig Zeit. Ich kann Ihnen nur das Wichtigste zeigen. Der Anhalter wird jetzt vom Dunkel kontrolliert. Man kann ihn nicht verletzen. Die Dunkelheit schützt ihn vor jeglichem Schaden. Nur Licht kann die Dunkelheit vertreiben und ihn wieder verwundbar machen. Hier die Lampe.
Eine Taschenlampe.
Richten Sie die Taschenlampe auf ihn und vertreiben Sie die Dunkelheit. Gut gemacht. Jetzt wird er nicht mehr von der Dunkelheit geschützt, aber sie ist noch in ihm, sie steuert ihn. Er kann nicht gerettet werden, er ist eine Bedrohung, er ist Ihr Feind. Hier nehmen Sie die Waffe.
Jetzt sterben Sie!
Sehr gut. Vergessen Sie nicht, was Sie gelernt haben. Das ist alles. Ich gebe Ihnen jetzt Ihren Traum zurück.
In dem Albtraum übernahm eine furchtbare Dunkelheit die Welt. Der Leuchtturm war der letzte sichere Ort auf Erden.
Ich habe alle meine Batterien verbraucht. Ich glaube, das ist schlecht. Okay, jetzt... das ist jetzt so ziemlich das Core-Gameplay von diesem Spiel. Wir leuchten Gegner an und schießen sie dann um.
Das war's dann!
Oh Gott. Aua. Aua. Ich wollte ausweichen, hat nicht funktioniert.
Das war's dann!
So, bei 2 Gegnern wird es schon schwierig. Wir sind zurück ins Licht. Licht ist Leben. Leuchtpistolenmunition? Eine Leuchtpistole. Hallo Celine, wie geht's? Ich spiele heute ein bisschen Alan Wake. Den ersten Teil von Alan Wake, den ich schon mal gespielt habe.
Sie sind tot, so wie ich.
Okay, das macht direkt alle von denen kaputt. Das ist nice. Gute Sache, gutes Spiel. Kennst du das Spiel? Oh, und weg ist er. Tschüss.
Damit kann ich ewig weitermachen.
Okay, jetzt heißt es laufen. Und ich habe keine Ausdauer mehr. Jetzt eine Ausdauerleiste, ich sehe keine. Jetzt kann ich wieder sprinten. Ja. mal gesehen, noch nicht selber gespielt, nur gespannt. Viel Spaß. Alles klar. Es ist ein sehr cooles, also ich finde sehr cooles Story-Game. Ich würde den ersten Teil jetzt nochmal eben schnell nochmal erleben, bevor ich in den zweiten Teil einsteige. Und ich hoffe, du machst dir einen schönen, entspannten Abend heute.
Psst, Baby. War nur ein Albtraum. Alles ist okay. Du bist eingenickt.
Ja. Mehr als eingenickt wäre ja auch mal etwas Neues.
Freu dich, Liebling. Wir sind da.
Gott, die deutsche Synchro ist echt ein bisschen schwach, oder? Welcome to Bright Falls. Bin gerade im Überlegen, ob ich nicht noch irgendwie schnell auf Englisch stelle. Das Spiel ist alt, aber es sieht immer noch cool aus. Mach einfach. Ich guck mal, ob ich das von hier aus kann. Englische Sprache erzwingen. Das klingt gut. Dann mache ich aber wenigstens Untertitel an.
Let's act like we're on vacation. Go stand next to that old gentleman there. I want a shot of you with the town in the background.
Sure. I'll even give you a title for the shot. A city boy, moments before he got eaten by a bear.
Klingt irgendwie ein bisschen besser. Leider.
Hello there. You picked a good time to visit our town. Deerfest is just 2 weeks away.
Deerfest, huh? Did you hear that, honey?
You have a lovely wife. If you don't mind me saying. I'm Pat Maine, by the way. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, I'm Alan Wake.
I won't pretend I don't recognize a famous writer such as yourself, Mr. Wake. A pleasure. I'm an avid reader myself. I hope this isn't too presumptuous of me, but I'm the night host at the local radio station. Any chance I could get an interview?
Look, Mr. Maine, I'm on vacation. In fact, I'd appreciate it if we could keep my being here just between the two of us. I'm sure
Ich
you
finde die Dialoge ein bisschen
Fair
leise.
enough. You can trust me to be discreet. Not a hard man to track down if you change your mind, though. I hope you two have a lovely holiday.
So, Alice, hast du jetzt ein paar coole Fotos gemacht?
Very nice. I got a couple of really good ones. I see you made a friend.
Yeah.
That's cute.
Right. Yeah?
Hey, bestseller, how's my favorite writer? Are you there yet?
Barry. Yeah, we just got here.
Are the locals giving you trouble? Just say the word and I'll hop on a plane and come make sure that you're left alone, Al.
No, Barry, we're fine.
Great, great. Just want to make sure you can relax and recharge. So, how is the place? Has it gotten your creative juices flowing?
Barry, we're just settling in.
Okay, Al. I'll call back later to make sure you're doing okay. And you call me if there's a problem, okay? Okay. Just looking out for you, buddy. Talk to you later.
I love you too, Barry.
You know he's going to be calling you every 5 minutes.
Barry is Barry. I can always turn off the phone.
What did I tell you?
Text message from Barry. He says hi to you too.
Die haben das Telefonmodel
Alan,
ausgetauscht.
we're here. Come on, let's get back to the car.
Irgendwie im Kopf, dass das kein Smartphone war damals. Und die Sounds klingen auch nicht so nach Smartphone. Zum Auto zurückkehren. Wo ist denn das Auto?
Come on, Slowpoke. You get the full service here.
Welches ist denn unser
No
Auto?
arrangements. I drive the car. I'll even carry the bags. All you have to do is drag your cute butt into the car and enjoy the ride.
Yeah, sounds like you've got a lazy bastard for a husband.
Yeah, but I got a thing for him. Come on, you lazy bastard. Let's go.
Ist das unser Auto? Ja.
Wir müssen beim Dinner anhalten und den Schlüssel vom Vermieter
Okay,
abholen.
das ist jetzt
Ein Mr. K.
weird.
Stucky. Er wartet auf uns. Ich tanke und du holst den Schlüssel. Ich hol dich hier ab in 15 Minuten.
Okay.
Alan, danke, dass du mitgekommen bist.
Ich liebe dich. Fahr schon. Ich werde mich schon benehmen. Orte wie diesen hatte ich schon fast vergessen. Kleinstädte, in denen jeder jeden kennt.
Willkommen im Oh Dear Diner.
Hi, können Sie mir vielleicht helfen? Ich suche jemanden, der heißt...
Mr. Wake? Alan Wake? Oh Gott, ich bin Ihr größter Fan. Das hören Sie bestimmt dauernd, aber ich bin es wirklich.
Es ist nett, dass Sie das sagen.
Rose.
Rose, ich suche Mr. Stucky. Carl Stucky.
Carl? Ah, natürlich, Mr. Wake. Er muss zur Toilette gegangen sein und ist sicher gleich wieder zurück.
I can't believe it.
Okay, das ist... Also... Wie kriege ich... Wie kriege ich jetzt die Zwischensequenzen auf Deutsch? Weil jetzt irgendwie wechseln ist auch irgendwie kacke. Also dieses Hin und Her. Muss ich das Spiel jetzt hier irgendwie umstellen? Geht das überhaupt? Wake. Mastered. Okay, ich starte mal kurz das Spiel neu, probiere was. Speichern kann ich nicht, aber hier sollte ein Checkpoint sein. Weil das ist ja Mist. Das ist ja ziemlicher Mist. Was ist, wenn ich Epic jetzt auf Englisch stelle? Und startet Epic einmal neu. Die deutsche Synchro ist leider nicht so gut gealtert. Okay, jetzt ist das Spiel auf jeden Fall auf Englisch.
I can't believe it. I've got all of your books. I got the cutout from the bookstore when they took it out of the window.
And you keep it here. Well, okay. Good for you.
So,
Coffee.
jetzt
Just don't blame me when you fall in love, cause it'll break your heart when you have to leave.
Rusty here is no longer human. Nothing but black coffee under a thin layer of skin.
Yeah, that
Kenn
makes
ich.
two of us.
Kenne ich.
Are you staying long, Mr. Wake?
Das sieht
I
cool
can't
aus.
believe it. I'm having a conversation with Alan Wake.
Oh Gott, ich hätte darum gemusst, weil da
Are you
ein
on your own,
T-Wagen
or
einfach im
is your
Weg
wife with
steht.
you? I can show you the town if you want. I get off work at 6.
Do me a favor, Sonny. I could really use a tune right
Oh,
now.
nice.
Coconut, number 6 in the jukebox.
Das wusste ich gar nicht mehr.
Myself, but both of my legs have gone to sleep. Bad circulation. Yeah.
Are you serious? Coconut again? You
Das sind doch die
disgust me.
Typen von Old Gods of
Call yourself a
Asgard.
rocker. Unbelievable.
Dass die hier schon sind.
You put the lime in the coconut, drink them both up.
Just because we're brothers, don't think I won't murder you in your sleep.
Yes, that's my favorite tune. Coconut. Now that's what I'm talking about, yes.
This is it. I've died and gone to hell.
Das ist schon ein ziemlicher Banger. Kaffee. Ach ja, man kann Kaffee. Das ist ein Collectible. Ich werde nicht alle Collectibles machen, das kann man vergessen. Guten Tag. Kann ich Ihnen helfen? Ja, das scheint nicht zu funktionieren. Das ist ein bisschen kaputt, glaube ich.
Don't go in there, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark.
I think I can handle it, ma'am. I didn't want to wait. I wanted to find Stucky,
wanna
to get the
die,
key
do you?
and get out as soon as possible. The waitress was giving me a headache. Overeager fans always did. Hello?
Ja. Noch die Cutscenes auf Englisch.
Mr. Stucky?
So möchte ich das haben.
Carl couldn't make it. Unfortunately, he was taken ill. But I have the key for you and instructions on how to get to the lake.
Okay.
I wish you a good stay in my cabin. I'll come by later to check how you've settled in. And to meet your wife. I insist.
Thanks.
Überhaupt nicht creepy.
Cauldron Lake is a special place. Very inspiring.
Okay, danke. I guess.
You got lucky this time, young man. You can hurt yourself in the dark. This really ought to be fixed. And then I must remind Sarah to change the lights at the station. It's been too long already.
Oh, ich erinnere mich wieder, wer das ist. Ah.
Even that sounds better than you singing.
Are you alright?
Splendid, splendid. Damn hernia. It swells up like a balloon if I lift anything heavier than a spoon. Yeah. Splendid, splendid. It's been a long time. to see him. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have a bottle on you, would you, Tom?
I wish.
Alte Menschen, man muss sie lieben.
Andersons. They're, local musicians. We're waiting for Dr. Hartman to come pick them up. They wandered off from his clinic at the Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Okay.
Bye, Mr. Wake.
Tschüss.
Mission accomplished. The key and the directions.
My hero. I got some flashlights, just in case.
Hey, wait! Mrs. Wake! Your keys!
What?
That diner was a real nut house.
Haben wir jetzt die falschen Schlüssel fürs falsche Haus?
This would make a wonderful setting for a book.
We're supposed to be on vacation, Alice. I'll figure it out when we get back home. Okay?
Okay. We can talk about this later.
Batman here on KBFF.
I didn't want to talk about it. I wanted to bury my head in sand.
Here's another one of my favorites to go with it.
Once upon a time, I was a successful writer, but that was a long time ago. I hadn't been able to write a word in 2 years, not since my last book.
And now the weather. It's gonna be a clear night, so you folks in the big city might want to look up every once in a while. See those stars winking down at you? It gets pretty dark out here, but they'll light your way.
Musik in diesem Spiel ist übrigens absolut fantastisch.
Wow. It's gorgeous, Alan.
It's something, all right. Don't worry, honey. I'll get you inside safe and sound before it gets dark. And I've got the flashlight.
I know. I'm okay.
Alice had a phobia. The fear of darkness. I wanted to make sure we were inside with the lights on before sunset.
Krähen. Sehr viele. Sehr viele Krähen. Die so ein bisschen buggy sind. Ich weiß gar nicht, warum das Spiel vorhin meinte, dass meine Systemanforderungen zu niedrig sind. Das läuft doch voll gut. Und das Spiel ist arschalt. Ich glaube, so viel haben die jetzt nicht remastered. Also klar, es ist höhere Auflösung und so und vielleicht haben sie ein paar von den Texturen aufgehübscht.
Here we go. Let's take a look inside.
It's dark in there. We need lights. Can you figure out how to get the power on, honey?
Ich gebe mir Mühe. Oh, das erinnert mich ein bisschen an Phasmophobia.
Hello? Anyone here? A shoebox filled with books by Thomas Zane sat on the shelf. I'd never heard of him before.
Temple of Shadows and Mist, the Labyrinth of Me, in her dreams of Prevail, kept from sleep. Thermoskanne. Ja, wenn ich die sehe, dann muss ich die auch mitnehmen. Okay, ist der Sicherungskasten hier oben?
For a moment, the oppressive feel of the nightmare I had seen on the ferry returned. Damn. I needed to get the power running in the cabin. There had to be a fuse box or a generator somewhere on the island.
Er war wahrscheinlich eher draußen, ne?
The cabin looked like a time capsule from the 60s, or even earlier.
Das ist 1970. Seit 1970 hat hier niemand mehr einen Kalender aufgehangen. Ein Radio.
The Deerfest guests have already started to arrive. Just ran into one on the ferry. Famous artist, no less. We'll see if we can rope him into an interview later on. Now let's go to the phones. Caller, you're on KBF-FM.
Hi, Pat. It's Rose.
Why, hello, Rose. What's on your mind?
I know who that famous artist was. It was Alan Wake, wasn't it?
Oh Mann, es gibt wieder so viel zum Zuhören hier.
At the diner. Oh, I am so excited he's here.
I'm sure he's glad to be here, too. Well, folks, I guess the secret's out. This is Pat Maine.
The power cable goes to that shed over there.
Ja, das habe ich mir auch schon gedacht, dass hier Strom ist. What? Hier war was zum Untersuchen.
The island had once been the site for a love story. Maybe it would be that again.
Cute.
An old generator had been connected to the power cable.
War das nicht das Minispiel aus Dead by Daylight? Hat Dead by Daylight von Alan Wake geklaut?
Alice had told me about Cauldron Lake Lodge. The old building used to be a hotel, but these days it was no longer open to the public.
Okay, I'll look around a bit.
Sure thing. Have fun.
It was a beautiful place. I told myself I could rest here, sleep here, and forget about my work. I thought we could be happy here.
Ich weiß nicht mehr, ob man hier schon Manuskriptseiten finden kann. Beim letzten Playthrough habe ich versucht, alle Manuskriptseiten zu finden. Aber eigentlich lohnt sich das auch gar nicht so sehr. Ich mache mich jetzt nicht so auf die Suche nach allen.
Alice? Honey?
Ich finde, die Kamera ist sehr weit rechts von Alan. Nee, links.
Alan, I'm upstairs. I have a surprise for you.
Es gibt eine Überraschung für mich oben.
Well, hello there.
I'm not the surprise. It's in
No,
the study. Go take a
schade.
look.
Okay.
Surprise!
Alice? What is this?
I guess I have a small confession to make. I thought maybe you could write here that a change of scenery would get you past.
Damn it, Alice. Everyone
Hey,
keeps...
hey! Just hear me out. There's a local doctor, Dr. Hartman. I read a book of his. He has a private clinic here. He specializes in helping artists. Maybe...
So now you want to get me committed?
No, it's not like that. That's not... Alan? Alan?
Don't! Just don't! I don't want to hear it! God damn it, Alice! God damn it! I knew she wouldn't follow me in the dark. I needed some time alone to think things through. Damn it. Alice? Alice? Alice! gone dark. All the lights were out.
Alice, I'm coming! It's all right, I'm coming!
Au!
What the hell?
Fucking Krähen, Alter. Seht euch.
Alice? Alice? Oh no!
Jetzt tauchen.
Keep going.
Wake up.
Alice?
Waking up in the crashed car felt like I had woken from one nightmare and entered another. I couldn't remember how I got there. All I knew was that something terrible had happened to Alice. The phone was dead. I'd have to find help on foot.
Oh. Ich finde das so geil. Ich kenne das Spiel ja schon. Ich habe das schon durchgespielt. Ist jetzt zwar ein paar Jahre her, aber ich kenne es halt trotzdem. Ich weiß, was hier passiert.
By Dr. Emil Hartman. Seeing the book brought back my fight with Alice. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the guy's smug face on the cover either.
Ich weiß eigentlich, was passiert, aber es hat trotzdem immer noch diesen What the fuck-Faktor. Dieses Gefühl von, was zur Hölle passiert hier? Und das fängt erst
The gas
an.
station was my best bet. They'd have a phone I could use. It looked like a long hike through the forest to get there.
Spielt ganz viel mit Horrorelementen, ist dabei aber, finde ich, aber eigentlich nicht so gruselig. Ich find's super. Ein sehr atmosphärisches Spiel. Immer noch.
Hello?
Das Spiel mit Licht und so ist richtig gut gemacht.
Hello? Is someone there?
Ah, jetzt fängt es mit den Manuskriptseiten erst an. Jetzt kann ich die, glaube ich, erst finden.
The loose sheets of paper were pages from a manuscript entitled Departure. That was the name I planned to use for the next novel I had never gotten started. I was named the author. I hadn't written it. I couldn't remember writing it. In the scene on the page, the hero was attacked by an axe murderer in the woods at night.
So. Wir sehen, es gibt einige Manuskriptseiten, die man finden kann.
Departure by Alan Wake.
Ach, es ist vorgelesen. Ich dachte, ich muss das vorlesen.
The man turned to face me. His face was covered in shadows. It was hard to make him out in the darkness of the forest that surrounded us, but the axe he lifted was plain to see. It glistened with the blood of his victim. He grinned madly. The shadows were alive, distorting his features. It was a scene from a nightmare, but I was awake.
Ach genau, das sind nur alle Seiten aus dem ersten aus der ersten Episode. Es gibt einige Seiten, die man finden kann. Ah, eigentlich will ich die gar nicht alle suchen. Das dauert viel zu lange, die alle zu suchen. Bleibt mal on track.
Anybody been in an accident.
The lights up ahead were a good sign. Maybe I wouldn't have to hike all the way down to the gas station to find a phone.
Das wäre schon mal ein Vorteil. Ich habe keine Taschenlampe und keinen Revolver. Caution, hazardous environment, all visitors must visit gate office. Biltmore Logging Corporation.
Anybody there? Please, I've been in an accident. Hey! Hey, you!
Phil!
There's been an accident. I need help. Listen, I need to...
Premium cabins for rent in...
Nightfall.
Oh, hell. Carl Stuckey.
Pleased
to meet you. Non-refundable reservation deposit required. Fair and square. Fair and square.
Der sieht dead aus. Ah. Ich hab mich ein bisschen erschrocken. Ins Licht, ins Licht!
I had to figure a way out of this. Any second now, and Stuckey would be knocking on the door with his axe like Nicholson in The Shining.
Schöne Referenz. Okay, ich habe eine Taschenlampe. Oh, die haben die Brand von den Batterien runtergenommen. Ich glaube, im Original waren das, ich glaube, Duracell-Batterien überall.
During your trying it's the latest.
Okay, Stuckey.
In
Wird Zeit.
proven
Ach, Telefon.
let you
Brauch Hilfe.
Yes.
one stone
Bright Falls Sheriff Station.
and keep
Hello?
Jo, das war's dann mit dem Telefon. Maschinerie, die sich von selbst bewegt. Das ist bisschen sass. Oh Gott. Karl, ich will keinen Ärger. Der ist noch nicht durch. Jetzt.
My head pounded with the concussion. I'd never fired a gun outside a shooting range, and now I just killed someone. Or something. There were no bodies. They just disappeared. If I was dreaming, it felt real enough to make me sick. Eerie hand-painted graffiti was revealed by my flashlight. Someone had hidden a chest of supplies near it.
Bleib erstmal beim Revolver. Ja, so funktioniert Elektronik. Einfach gegentreten, dann ist kaputt.
Was the last place I wanted to go, but I had no choice. I had to get to the gas station.
It's rabbit season.
What the hell was that?
Die Jumpscares, die kicken mich gar nicht so. Das Holz vorhin, das hat mich erwischt. Da habe ich mich erschrocken.
Something uncoiled itself inside my head. I realized that I'd have to find a way across. I didn't even want to look at the water.
Irgendwo hier war nochmal eine Skriptseite. Kaffeekanne. Thermoskanne. Ich bin mal gespannt, wie viele ich davon finde. Wahrscheinlich nicht alle. Okay. Ah, da hinten liegt eine Seite. Also ich werde mir Mühe geben, nicht jeden Millimeter in diesem Spiel abzusuchen, um Collectibles zu sammeln. Weil ich finde eh nicht alle. Haben wir... Oh, das kommt aber später noch.
Barry Wheeler was bouncing off the walls. He jumped on a plane after his calls were ignored by both.
Das ist jetzt Foreshadowing.
It could mean that they were both on a second honeymoon, but Barry didn't buy it. Al had been way too unstable for that, not sleeping, messed up. Barry had years of experience dealing with Alan Wake, and he couldn't ignore it. Something was wrong.
Ich finde es schade, dass man manche Seiten nur auf Albtraum finden kann. Man Albtraum erst im zweiten Playthrough spielen kann.
Stucky was still out there, in the dark, stalking me.
Okay, das war jetzt eigentlich wasted, die Batterie zu benutzen. Supplies aber immer mitnehmen, man weiß nie. Wenn einem die Sachen ausgehen.
Taken. They're taken.
Ich weiß nicht warum, aber ich glaube, dieses Atmen ist immer so ein Hinweis auf
The staircase was broken.
Supplies.
I had to make my way up some other way.
Ein Rätsel. Was das Rätsels Lösung ist? Hinten ist ein Generator. Die sind bestimmt keine Gegner, nein. Aua! Wer war das? Also bei 3 Gegnern lohnt sich das, würde ich sagen. Licht! Ich habe Licht bekommen. Eine Manuskriptseite.
I heard them before I saw them, swooping down from the sky and screeching as they came. I spun around just as the cloud was upon me. For an instant, I stared into 100 dead eyes, black pearls glittering in the darkness. I raised the flashlight and the swarm exploded like fireworks. Feathers burned, turned into ash. I couldn't hear my scream above theirs.
Oh. Jetzt schon eine Shotgun gefunden. Okay, da ist ein Knopf, den soll ich bestimmt drücken. Ich mach das einfach mal. Ah. Jetzt kann ich da rüberlaufen. Warte. So, man erwartet natürlich immer, dass irgendwas passiert. Immer zum Licht gehen. Shotgun Ammo.
Well, I was just outside for a breath of fresh air, and what a night. I know most of you are probably in your beds by now, but if you're still up and around, take a moment.
Step outside for a spell and breathe in deep. The weather is absolutely still. The sky is crystal clear. It's like the forest is quietly breathing along with you. As you listeners know, I'm a night owl, and it's on nights like this I wish I wasn't cooped up in the studio. Makes an old man like me wish I could just roam wild. But here I am, and who'd keep you company all night long if I weren't? It looks like I'm not the only one staying up late. Caller, you're on the air.
Hey, Pat, it's Maurice Horton.
Hello, Maurice. What are you up to?
Well, I was just taking Toby on his walkies.
Oh, isn't it beautiful out there?
Sure, but Pat, the reason I called is that Toby heard something rustling in the undergrowth and took off after it, and I couldn't find it.
Probably a rabbit.
Sure. Toby loves rabbits.
Well, sure.
Anyway, I figured that, if anyone runs into Toby, they could grab him. My number's on his collar.
And Toby's a friendly dog?
Toby loves people. Usually he comes back, but we were pretty far from home, and it sounds like he went pretty wild there. Great dog, but he was just too dumb for his own good.
Well, Maurice, it's out there now. Hope Toby comes home soon.
Yeah, thanks, Pat.
You have a good night now.
Und im Radio, dass noch andere seltsame Dinge passieren. Wie viele Shotgun-Muni habe ich denn jetzt? 6 Schuss. Kann sich auch so ein bisschen einteilen. Oh.
At first, I kept finding the pages as if by accident. The book I couldn't remember was either a terrible and true prophecy or an act of creation that had rewritten the world. I began to hunt the pages feverishly, for they held the answer to the mystery. With it, I could save myself. With it, I could save Alice. The gas station was closer now, its light welcoming in the darkness.
Paul makes the best dogs in the state. Belly Burster is the best with no coat. Monster Dog is second best. The famous dog is...
Okay, Stucky. Ich schätze mal, du redest von Hot Dogs. Aua! Aua! Licht. Okay. Wow. Jungs, da war ich jetzt aber nicht drauf vorbereitet. Ist echt, also... Multikill. Wow. Oh, ich darf nicht so lange im Nebel bleiben, glaube ich. Nicht stehen bleiben, einfach weiterlaufen.
I stepped into the gas station's garage. It was dark and quiet.
Das ist
The place was a
Foreshadowing.
mess. It looked like someone trashed the place or that there'd been some kind of fight. Light spilled into the room through an open door at the back, and I made my way toward it. Without any warning, I was blinded by a bright light. An old portable TV on the shelf had come alive by itself. Impossibly, I could see myself on the screen, talking like a madman.
Okay. Ich fühle mich schon so ein bisschen unwohl in dem Nebel, bin ich ganz ehrlich. Wir halten mal schön Abstand von den Gerätschaften hier. What's up, Gang?
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? She asked. The sheriff looked at me suspiciously. The early morning light flooded through the office windows. I would probably never have gotten out of the woods alive without her help, but I couldn't tell her the truth of what I'd faced the previous night. She'd think I was lying or crazy. She'd lock me up, and she wouldn't help me find Alice.
Oh. Okay, ich habe jetzt Maximum Batterien. Oh, ein Fernseher.
Science.
Zeit, Fernsehen zu gucken.
On those who advance it to elevate all of mankind. Newton, Einstein, Sagan.
Ich mache das Spiel ein bisschen lauter ausnahmsweise, damit man auch wirklich alles hört. Aber das wird nicht zu laut.
But the price for such a legacy is steep indeed. In Night Springs. Tonight's episode, a quantum suicide. If our lives are already written, it would take a courageous man to change the script. Having called a press conference, Dr. Barclay Colvin is about to demonstrate that very courage.
Ladies and gentlemen of the press, I am Dr. Barclay Colvin, and I'm glad so many of you could join me here at the Moorcock Institute Tonight, I'm going to give a practical demonstration of the many worlds interpretation. As you can see, this is a loaded 9mm pistol. It shall be part of a thought experiment. And now, a real
Ein Finger auf den Trigger.
known as a quantum
Das
suicide.
triggert mich.
Did he say suicide? Is that a real gun? He's kidding, right?
Please, stay calm. There is no risk. Observe what occurs when I place the weapon against my own forehead. Now, you might think this round is merely a dud. Not so. Observe the flower pot. And yet, I myself cannot be harmed with this gun. With each pull of the trigger, 2 new realities branch off. One in which the weapon didn't fire, and one where it did. With my machine here, I have ensured that this reality is always the former. I have bestowed upon myself quantum immortality. Under no circumstances can this gun kill me.
So wait. What you're saying is that every time you pull the trigger, in another reality, you die?
Yes, of course, but that's completely trivial. There's an infinite number of things that could happen at any moment, and they always do happen somewhere. The point is, this one thing did not happen here.
You're insane, Colvin.
Insane? Insane?
Hey, was this thing supposed to be plugged in? I stumbled on it.
You fools! Gaze upon quantum immortality.
Poor Dr. Colvin. Felled by his own hubris or the ignorance of the masses.
Oh, da gibt's so viele von in dem Spiel.
Should have left the crate unopened, the decaying atom unobserved. Curiosity often kills the cat. In Night Springs.
Da gibt's einige Folgen von hier in dem Spiel. Das klingt nicht gut. Checkpoint. Moin, Stocky. Oh. Aua. Juhu. Der ist schnell.
Stucky's body vanished, leaving behind only a lifetime of nightmares to come, assuming I'd reached the lights at the gas station alive.
Hier war doch eine Kiste mit Revolver-Ammo, ne? Ja, genau. Ich füll mal wieder auf. Okay, das war's mit Stucky. Den mussten wir jetzt leider erledigen. Okay. Wenn er dann jetzt wirklich tot ist. Ich weiß gerade gar nicht mehr, ob die wirklich tot sind. Ah, Tankstelle.
I recognized the parade float I had seen in Bright Falls when I first arrived with Alice.
Das muss ich dann noch rüberkommen. Von der Tankstelle haben wir ja vorhin schon gelesen.
After the insanity I had just experienced in the darkness, the lights of the gas station felt comforting. At least for a moment, the sane world reasserted itself.
Hier ist Licht, hier sollte ich sicher sein.
The Deer Fest had been 2 weeks away when we arrived. If the day count on the banner was right, I was missing a whole week between the night we got here and now.
Das ist schlecht.
Stucky spat on the garage floor and tried to shake the cobwebs from his head. Ever since the couple never showed to pick up the keys, things had been fuzzy. Something, a feeling caught his attention. Stucky looked up and stared as his brain tried in vain to process the horror before him. He stumbled back, knocking over a can of oil. A black pool spread across the floor while he struggled for a brief moment, then let go as the unrelenting darkness engulfed him.
Also ist Stucky nicht wirklich tot? Need a float, call the professionals. Okay.
The garage was a mess. It looked like someone had trashed the place, or that there'd been some kind of fight.
I'll write. I'll keep writing. Outside, there's only darkness. Outside the cabin, outside the story, there's only darkness. I can feel her presence in the dark. Just now, I could smell her perfume in the room. I'll reach her, I'll fix it up. I'll bring her back. The story will come true. If I stop, she's lost.
I don't believe this. It'd been me on the TV, talking crazy. Was I losing my mind?
Wahrscheinlich. Nordic Walking. Habe ich gehört, soll gut sein, hat Stucky auch gesagt. '68th Annual DFS, September 15th to 18th. Games and activities, raffle tickets, fishing competition, pie contest, surprise competitions, live music. For the children, Buckteeth Charlie in the afternoons and Montgomery, the Mystic's Amazing Phantasmagoria evenings. Don't miss the legendary DFS parade. Cool. Gibt's die Seite brightfalls.com? Guck kurz. Falls.com. Ne, gibt's nicht. Wäre witzig, wenn die einfach die Seite mit irgendeiner Landingpage bestückt hätten. Oh nee. Ja, nichts Interessantes hier. So, ich soll ein Telefon finden. Da ist ein Telefon.
Great Falls Sheriff Station.
Oh, thank God, Sheriff.
Sheriff Sarah Breaker. You are...
I'm Alan Wake, but listen. I was in a car crash. My wife, Alice, she's missing.
Calm down, Mr. Wake.
We were staying in a cabin on the island, on Cauldron Lake.
There's no island on Cauldron Lake. Not since the big eruption in the 70s.
What?
Please, I can take you there, okay?
You look like you've taken a pretty bad knock to the head. Are you okay?
Listen.
We'll figure this out. Please get in the car. We'll swing by the lake and then we'll go to the station, okay? Mr. Wake, have you seen Stucky, the guy who owns this place?
I realized I couldn't tell her what had happened in the forest. She wouldn't have believed me. And then she wouldn't have helped me with Alice.
Das haben wir doch schon gelesen. Ja, irgendwie ist da keine... Da ist keine Insel. Weird.
A candy-colored clown they call the Sandman tiptoes to my room every night. And just a sprinkle stardust.
To be continued.
Go to sleep.
Nächste Woche. Episode 2.
I close my eyes, then I drift away into the magic night. I softly say a silent prayer.
Skippen wir die Songs oder hören wir die durch? Bei meinem ersten Playthrough habe ich die durchgehört. Das war doch schon mal ein schöner Einstieg. Wir fassen jetzt mal zusammen. Alan Wake wollte mit seiner Frau ein bisschen Urlaub machen in diesem wunderschönen Ort. Hat eine Hütte gemietet. Wollte den Schlüssel abholen. Hat den Typen, wo er die Hütte gemietet hat, nicht aufgefunden. Auf einer komischen alten Dame einen Schlüssel für ein Haus bekommen, das gar nicht existiert. Und seine Frau ist jetzt einfach verschwunden. Und es gab einen 7-Tages-Timeskip. Und es passieren ganz komische Dinge. Eieiei. Ich skippe mal in die nächste Episode.
Previously on Alan Wake.
Dieses Episodenformat ist so geil.
Thank you for coming here with me. I thought maybe you could write here.
I don't want to hear it. God damn it, Alice.
Now, she's missing.
Alice? Alice?
I woke up behind the wheel of a crashed car. I'm missing a week. I was attacked by shadowy men straight from a nightmare. The sheriff took me to the lake Alice and I had stayed at. But the cabin had disappeared.
Episode 2, Taken.
Honey, I'm home.
Back here, sweetie. How was it?
Worst weather I've ever seen.
You should put some coffee on. It'll warm you up. Hey, handsome. This is gonna be a long night, but these shots are turning out great.
I guess you're gonna need that coffee then. I'll go put it on.
Irgendwie sieht das Model, also das Ingame-Model, dem Schauspieler gar nicht so ähnlich. Das ist ein bisschen schade. Hört mir mal den Coffee Maker an.
Coffee's on.
Great, thanks. I'll need it if I'm gonna finish this by tomorrow.
Ein bisschen nach Umzug aus. Was haben wir da? Was steht da? Building maintenance will need access to your unit between blah 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 this coming Thursday to replace the filters in the air ducts. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Okay.
Oh, hey, I just finished those cover mock-ups. They're on your desk. Tell me what you think.
No kidding. I didn't think you'd get them done this quickly.
On occasion, I can perform all sorts of miracles, my dear.
Oh, really?
Well, you seemed to think so last night.
These look really good.
Oh, sure, until Barry gets his hands on them. Which, by the way, will happen over my dead body. The last time was the last time. Oh, and speaking of Barry, he called.
Uh-oh.
Alan! Alan, please check the fuse box.
Yeah.
I'm right here. I'm on it, honey.
Please hurry.
Okay, die Alan Wake Bibliografie. The Fall of Casey.
I really don't like this.
The Things That I Want. Alex Casey. What I Can't Forget. Return to Sender. Und jetzt The Sudden Stop.
I really need those lights on.
Ja, lass mich mal kurz hier was
It's
lesen.
true what they say about the fall and the sudden stop at the end. I'd lain here in the snow while the lurid chain of scenes that had led me here kept playing in my head. A rerun of my own private snuff movie. A memory of my corpse. Alone at my own wake. Thinking in metaphors again. The femme fatale was gone. Only a sour taste remained of the kiss that killed me. This was a late goodbye. 13 years after I'd gotten my revenge, it had finally caught up with me. It had been a long time to bear the pain. My blood painted the snow red. A gruesome slushy dissolved all the scattered painkillers and leisurely dripped down to the sewer, mingling with the bile of the city, becoming one with it. I can see them now, my wife and my baby. Honey, I'm home.
Honey, it's a power outage. I've got the flashlight.
Okay.
Hallo.
Hi.
You okay?
Licht.
I'm sorry. It just really spooked me.
Don't worry. We'll just break out the candles.
I know it's stupid, but it's just... Especially when I'm not prepared for it, you know? It gets to me.
I love you.
Tell me a story, writer.
Okay. I used to have these nightmares when I was a kid. The dark really spooked me, too. When it got really bad, my mom gave me this old light switch. She called it the clicker.
The clicker, huh?
Yeah. If I ever got scared of the dark, I could just flip the switch and a magic light would scare the monsters away.
Oh, sure.
Here it is.
Alan.
Maybe it'll help you, too.
Yeah, nice story, writer boy. You made that up right now, didn't you?
No. Seriously.
I love you, even if you are a liar. Thanks for this.
Süß. Und wieder zurück nach Bright Falls.
How do you feel, Mr. Wake? Any nausea, disorientation, anything like that? Mr. Wake, how are you feeling?
I'm okay. My head's fine. I had to lie about my headache and memory loss. He'd send me to a hospital for tests. I couldn't leave without Alice.
Very well. I don't think you have a concussion, but you've obviously been through quite a shock. You should take it easy for a couple of days.
Thanks.
Well then, Mr. Wake, we're done here. If the pain gets any worse or you experience any other symptoms, you should come see me. I'll let you get on with it then. Sarah, Sheriff Breaker, is waiting for you. She's very good at her job. I'm sure she can locate your wife in no time.
Doc Nelson was the image of a small-town doctor. Sheriff Breaker had called him to the station to take a look at the cut in my head.
Und hat noch ein Fisch mitgebracht.
I'm sorry you had to cut your morning fishing short for this, Doc.
Oh, she's a beauty, ain't she? Not the biggest I ever caught, if you can believe that coming from an old fisherman like me, but she's right up there. Now, she's a largemouth bass, which is what you're after if you prefer a lure. Now, if you want either trout or salmon, on the other hand, then it's fly fishing for you. You a fishing man, Mr. Wake? Oh, doesn't really matter, I suppose. But it can be very relaxing out there. You can't get me off the water this time of year. Closest thing to heaven.
I'll take your word for it, Doc.
Das solltest du mal probieren, wenn du Alice wieder gefunden hast. Okay, sonst ist hier nix.
Thank you for testing the lights, Miss Weaver. Everything seems to be fine.
I don't have the luxury of being complacent, Deputy Grant. The bulbs will need changing soon. You can't change them in the dark.
I'll be sure to take care of it, Miss Weaver. Have a nice day now.
Very good. I'll come back later on to remind you, just in case.
Mr. Wake, the sheriff is waiting for you in her office down the corridor.
Alles klar, danke.
That was Cynthia Weaver. I guess you can
So.
call her the town eccentric. She used to be the editor of the local newspaper, but she's focused on, other things these days.
She'd fit right in where I come from.
As you can see, she's a little obsessed with maintaining the light bulbs of the whole town, refuses to step on shadows, things like that. Back in her day, she wrote about all sorts of weird things in the paper. Bright Falls has a colorful history. Of course, what small town hasn't?
Jetzt kann ich aber zu Sarah. Ich meine zum Sheriff. So, missing Richard Bob, Bruce Dansky, Jacob Miller. On a camping trip overdue, haven't been in contact. If you have seen them or know their whereabouts, please call. Thank you. Das sind bestimmt Entwickler. Seamless Man disappeared on 2007. Sarah Breaker, Sheriff. Sollte der Sicherungskasten hier einfach so offen stehen? Macht man den nicht normalerweise zu?
Come in, Mr. Wake. Your phone's on the desk. The battery was dead. It's charged now.
Vielen Dank.
Have you started looking for my wife yet?
My men are already on it. Now, can you tell me what happened?
I'm not sure. I can't remember. We were arguing. I walked out of the cabin.
The cabin on Cauldron Lake? How did you end up at Stucky's gas station?
I wanted to tell her what had happened last night, but I couldn't. She'd lock me up. Excuse me. I need to take this. Hello?
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
Stop talking to the law. You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
Who is this?
Go to the back lot. There's a hole in the fence on the left. Look inside the junker. I left a little something there to convince you we're all on the same page here. After you ditch the cops, you're gonna meet me in Elderwood National Park. There's a spot called Lover's Peak. Midnight. Don't do nothing stupid, pal. We're watching you.
Okay.
Mr. Wake, can I help you with anything?
I need to get some air. The sheriff said I could go out back.
Of course, Mr. Wake. You can get there through the cell corridor. Just don't mind Walter in there. He's one of our regulars.
I thought he quit drinking for good.
Oh, no such luck. He went on a bender and beat Danny pretty badly. He started shouting like that the moment he woke up.
Damn it! More lights! Hey, mister! Hey, can you turn the lights on? Thank you, man, thank you. Hey, you're alright. You're a good guy. Don't let anybody tell you different. You know, I shouldn't even be in here. The cops, they got it all wrong. See? Sure, I beat him up, but I wasn't drunk. I mean, I wasn't drunk at the time. I only got drunk afterward.
Okay.
In spite of its human mask, to describe the dark presence as intelligent would have implied human qualities on something decidedly inhuman. Nonetheless, it found the one spot in the diner that was dark enough. Some light spilled into the corridor, ravaging it. But it took the pain. Horrible as it was, the writer would soon fix that. He would be coming to the one place where it still had power. The early morning light hurt my eyes and made my head ache. The man on the phone had said, go through the fence on the left.
Also da. Aber das ist ein Radio, das möchte ich erstmal hören.
Well, folks, it's been another long night, and it's about time for me to sign off for a while. God knows I need my beauty sleep. Just one more item before I go. It's been a busy night for the sheriff's department. We've had a few broken windows, even a report of shots fired on Main Street. Deputies Mulligan and Thornton had to deal with two intoxicated young men who were celebrating the completion of their Deerfest float. Now, folks, we get this every year. I know it's exciting that the big day is almost here, but let's save it for the party and leave the gunplay for the shooting competition, huh? There's no point in getting all worked up yet.
Okay.
The caller had told me to find a hole in the fence behind the police station. There was something for me in an abandoned car.
Überall diese Manuskriptseiten.
The kidnapper fired his gun one last time, and the shadow vanished into the darkness it had come from. See? Nothing to it, Wake. The thought of Alice in his hands was revolting. We stood on the wooden platform of Lover's Peak, the waterfall on the mountain behind us, the lights of the radio mast blinking red in the heights above. I fought with the urge to take a swing, force myself to speak. Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife? Alice's driver's license had been placed on the front seat. The caller meant business. Barry?
Ow! Thank God! Where the hell have you been? I've been trying to reach you for a week, you and Alice. Oh, I've been worried sick. I flew out yesterday. I'm here in Bright Falls.
Barry, listen to me. I'm at the sheriff's station. Come and get me. I can't talk now.
Ow! What the hell is going on?
I had to get the sheriff to let me go. I needed to get to Elderwood National Park to meet Alice's kidnappers. A writer is a light that reveals the world of his story from darkness, shapes it from nothingness. The way a sculptor carves a statue from a block of granite. If I stop, the world I'm making dies. Darkness will reclaim it. It's a long, hard journey into the dark. Alice's life is at stake, but I can't think about that, or I'll lose it. The dread lingers at the edge of perception. I'll push on. Anything is possible here. I'll write the story. I'll save her.
Marvelous, Sarah. I just wanted to settle all the damage the Anderson brothers might have inadvertently caused on their recent and regrettable little outing. They are not accountable for their actions, of course. I can assure you that my staff has been reprimanded.
Tor and Odin never caused any trouble to anyone when they were still living at their farm.
Indeed. All we can do is to slow down the progress of their dementia.
Are you feeling any better, Mr. Wake?
I'd like to leave. Am I free to go?
Well, we still need to talk about...
Am I under arrest?
No, of course not. But I need to know where you'll be staying so I can get in touch with you.
I'd avoid the motel. The Majestic is known for its roaches. The cabins at Elderwood are pretty nice, though.
That sounds perfect.
I'm Dr. Emil Hartman. I'd like to invite you to stay at Cauldron Lake Lodge.
Did you talk to my wife?
I had the pleasure of discussing your situation with her on several occasions.
Did you set something up with her?
I invited her here. My clinic is a place where...
Oh, hey! Oh, my! Take it easy.
Hey,
Und
nobody
da
move.
ist
Get
Barry.
your hands off of my client.
Who are you?
I'm Barry Wheeler, his agent. If you have business with Mr. Wake, you talk to me. You yokels won't know what hit you once I sick my lawyers on your asses.
No harm done, Sarah. I'm all right. I don't want to press charges. Mr. Wake, my offer still stands.
Get me out of here.
What the hell was that about, Al? We don't need a replay of that thing with the paparazzi. I thought they were gonna lock you up.
I had to talk to someone. I told Barry everything. He thought I was certifiable, but when he heard about the manuscript, I had him. The fact that I'd written something, even if I couldn't remember it, was enough for him. He smelled money. And he believed that Alice had been kidnapped. Anything beyond that was another story. I had a midnight appointment with the kidnapper in a place called Lover's Peak, somewhere in Elderwood National Park. The plan was to rent a cabin.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Mr. Wake!
Schon wieder.
Barry, you found him!
Hi, Rose.
Oh, wow. I was just thinking about you, too.
Great.
I was just bringing Rusty some coffee. He's on the balcony, looking after Max. Poor thing. I really need to go. Great to see you again, Mr. Wake. Later!
Who's Max?
Der Hund. Max war doch der Hund, der abgehauen ist.
Jeez, Mr. Takes a swing at everybody. This is not her fault. She's a very nice girl and, more importantly, a fan. She even has a fan site dedicated to you.
Oh Gott.
And she was very helpful when I was looking for you. Seriously, Al, what you were saying in the car? Just listen to yourself. What, you shot a guy? And his body just disappeared? When was the last time you slept? What, are you high? Have you been drinking?
No! Look, Barry, I'm missing a week. And someone's got Alice.
Do you
and
understand
everything's just...
what it sounds like when you say stuff like that? Don't get me wrong, it's a good story, could be a bestseller. But when you start confusing fiction with reality, you're buying yourself a ticket to the funny farm.
Wait here.
Ein Grizzlybär. Das ein Bild irgendwie ganz süß aus. Sind aber gar nicht so süß.
Easy there, boy. I'm almost done.
Ist wieder aufgetaucht.
Rusty, right? You rent cabins.
Oh, Mr. Wake. I'd shake your hand, but mine are kind of full here. Actually, I'm sorry about this. Would you mind grabbing the registration form from the desk? It's just across from Bucktooth Charlie.
Okay, sure. What happened?
Crazy poachers. Max here got his foot caught in a trap.
No.
They're illegal to use here. Hell, you're not supposed to hunt within the park at all. But that doesn't stop some lowlifes. Well, at least Max is gonna be okay. He got lucky. Max is still groggy from the shot I gave him, and I'd rather not leave him alone just yet. The form's on the desk across from the mammoth skeleton.
Schöne Willkommensmatte.
Okay, boy. We're almost done here.
Seriously, Al, you can't just go and meet a kidnapper. Those situations always end up in disaster. You gotta talk to the cops.
She's my wife, and it's my call. Can we talk about this later?
No. This whole thing. Listen, you hit your head. I mean, geez, Al, come on. You gotta understand how crazy all this sounds. If you're trying to pull a joke on me, freak me out, it's working. Ha ha, let's have a laugh on Barry. Well, you had me going there real funny, Al. You can quit it now.
Sehr schön.
I think this is the form you wanted.
And here are the keys. Okay, you're all set, Mr. Wake. Glad to have you staying here.
Thanks. Can you tell me how to get to Lover's Peak?
Oh, sure. It's at the end of the nature trail. Just follow the paths, you'll get to it eventually. It's an easy walk. Nice spot, too. If you have any trouble finding it, just keep your eyes on the radio mast. It's right below that. Oh, and hey, if you take a walk in the woods, watch your steps so you don't end up like Max. I guess I'm a little worried. We got a bunch of campers out there we haven't heard from. It's not like these people are on a schedule, but with the traps, well, you know. I just don't want any trouble.
Klingt nicht gut.
Right, thanks.
Look, Al, you're asking me to believe that you shot a dude who went poof into thin air, a guy who was bulletproof until you pointed a flashlight at him. You hear that from people who end up spending time in padded rooms, strapped to their beds, wearing white shirts with too long tangled up sleeves, and eating a healthy diet of pills. Al, you make cruel jokes about people who believe that kind of stuff. You're the skeptic. You gave me an hour-long lecture on homeopathy last month. What was it? If there's no proof, it's pure bullshit. Period.
Guess the laugh's on me then.
Al, come on! I mean, okay. Okay, maybe something weird happened to you, okay?
Well, thanks for the heartfelt vote of confidence.
All I'm saying is...
Oh, jetzt zeigt die den Dialog geskippt. Fuck. Das wollte ich gar nicht. Ich dachte, ich lauf zum Auto.
That's just crazy talk, Al.
Egal.
Al! Al? We should go to the sheriff or call the FBI.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her!
This is not a goddamn debate, Barry. I'm going to Lover's Peak. He said to come alone.
Okay then. I understand. You're my best friend and I'm worried that you're not right in the head. Tell me what to do to help and I'll do it.
You stay here, and if I'm not back by morning, call the cavalry.
Ich mach mir gleich mal noch einen Kakao. Gesundheit.
Just be careful with the natives, Al. These yokels are dangerous. Everybody hates a tourist, or it'll be deliverance all over again.
Gesundheit.
Bless you.
Oh, this place is trying to kill me. I'll bet there's mold in here, spores, poison ivy, God knows what. This is so not worth a 15% commission.
Okay, wir gucken uns jetzt mal dieses Feuer an und diesen Fisch, während ich mir einen Kakao hole. Bis in 2-3 Minuten. Bin jetzt mit Kakao ausgestattet. Mit koffeinhaltigem Kakao, damit ich nicht einschlafe. Noch ein bisschen für die Stimme noch ein bisschen Honig reingemacht. Oh. Sehr gut. Okay. Und davon jetzt so eine Thermoskanne voll. Das wäre geil. So nach Kakao eine Thermoskanne wieder voll bekommen, sauber bekommen. Könnte, glaube ich, anstrengend sein. Da geht's nicht raus. Okay. Ich Mikrofon angemacht? Hier, Pause noch. Dann auf nach Lovers Peak.
I'll wait here, Al. I'll hold down the fort. I'll be with you in spirit every step of the way, Al. Locking the door now.
Alles klar. Dann mache ich das alleine.
Barry had never gotten along with Alice, but he knew Alan loved her with an almost frightening intensity. And now something had happened to Alice. And here was Al armed with a gun and saying things people got put in padded cells for. It was as if his friend had experienced a massive psychotic episode and was now totally disconnected from reality. It scared the shit out of Barry.
Achso, ich fahre jetzt. Ich dachte, ich lauf. Oder, hä?
Barry had the keys to the car he rented. Wasn't a long walk to the visitor center, and it wouldn't be any use to me in the forest.
Gut.
I knew I should have gone to the cops. This wasn't the smartest thing I'd ever done, but I was still angry with Barry for trying to talk me out of it. These people had called me right in the sheriff's station. The cops wouldn't scare them, and they had Alice.
What the fuck war das?
Welcome back to the show, folks. As promised, our very own Dr. Nelson has just parked his rear end in the studio. Doc, what's your Deerfest plan like?
My plan? You make it sound a lot more organized than I ever seem to manage. No plan, really. Just taking the atmosphere. I'm getting a little too rickety to do much more than that, you know.
Oh, tell me about it. No sack race for us older gentlemen, huh?
Yes, exactly, Pat. But I'm going to check out the parade, of course. And I'll be one of the pie contest judges, too.
Well, that takes a different kind of constitution.
Oh, yeah. It's my kind of exercise.
Now, Doc, seriously, you're in pretty good shape, though. You're the outdoors type. I know for a fact you're an avid fisherman.
That's right. Matter of fact, just caught a heck of a largemouth bass early this morning.
But you're not taking part in the fishing contest?
No, not this year. See, Pat, I'm just not that competitive anymore. Now I just like to take my time and enjoy the peace of it. It's no fun if I need to worry about what I'm catching, you know?
Considering your track record, the participants are probably pretty happy you feel that way.
Well, Pat, that's kind of you to say.
Ich kann schwören, ich habe gerade Schritte draußen gehört. Was war das? Ja, war noch irgendwas, oder? Ups. Das sieht ein bisschen baufällig aus. Ja, doch ein Fernseher.
Crime and punishment. The cancer and cure of civilization. But some crimes are impossible to punish, especially in Night Springs. Tonight's episode, The Man in the Mirror.
He's inside, Agent. He's a weird one.
So, you're confessing to killing that guy, huh? Why?
Had it coming?
Yeah, but why would you do that? I mean, you're a nice guy. Normal. Took a kid to a soccer game. So how come at the game, you pick a guy and, quoting from the arresting officer's report here, assault the victim's head area repeatedly with the weapon of choice being a pair of bare fists? Wow, that sentence really flows, huh? Maybe you're not the literary type. Okay, so you mess him up. But why? Who was that guy? We couldn't ID him. Why would a guy like you do him like that?
I didn't like his face?
Well, you must have hated it, because you really went to town there. I mean, there's no way to tell what he looked like. No ID on him either.
That must be difficult.
But then we ran the fingerprints. Got a match. Your prints. Identical.
Huh, how about that?
Your son said you were wearing a white shirt when you took him to the game. But the white shirt is on the dead guy.
It's plenty red now.
You won't get away with this.
Die hat ein Alan Wake Shirt an.
Any way relevant to me? I had plenty of time to talk to my boy before the cops arrived, you know? He won't stop screaming, am I right?
I am awake.
You think he's ever gonna be okay? I left my mark. Believe me.
You bastard.
What? You gonna shoot me? What's the point? I'm going to prison. You got me.
I don't understand any of this.
And you never will. Don't worry. Maybe you'll see me again, Agent. Maybe in the mirror.
Ich glaube, die Entwickler haben die einfach, also diese Night Springs Episoden wirklich einfach selber gedreht. Und dann von professionellen Synchronsprechern nochmal drüber sprechen lassen.
The air in the visitor center was heavy with an awful smell, as if some rotten drowned thing had crawled up from its grave. Rusty kept coughing blood. My eyes were drawn to the twisted shape of his broken leg. The attack had been vicious. Max whined in his cage. Rusty's eyes were wild with fear and terror. He gasped. Mr. Wake, it happened just the way it was on that page.
Mhm. Es wird also noch sehr weird. Es wird jetzt wahrscheinlich sehr weird.
This was no head injury.
Rusty, hang on! I'm coming! Please, help me! Anybody? Help me! Help me!
Unterwegs, Rusty. Ich helfe dir.
Can you hear me? Anyone? Please, help! Hello? Back here. I'm back here.
Oh je, das sieht schlecht aus.
Mr. Wake? Oh, hell. It happened just the way it was on that
Das habe ich
page.
gerade erst gelesen.
I found. Came true. It knew. So dark. It'll come back for me. You must... The lights. In the office. I have the key.
Okay, Rusty. Hang on. I'll be right back. Whatever did this couldn't be far. Rusty had found a page from the manuscript. It would help me understand what had happened.
Zum Office soll ich.
The only way to make sure that Rusty was safe was to get the power running and the lights back on.
Was wird passieren?
The visitor center was sturdy, but the impact turned the front of the building into splinters.
Ach so.
Rusty was thrown across the lobby like a rag doll and hit the far wall hard. It didn't hurt until he tried to move and saw his leg bend the wrong way, felt the broken ribs stabbing him on the inside. Rusty howled in pain and fear, suddenly afraid to die alone.
Was ist das, was gerade passiert ist?
At the last instant, I changed direction and threw myself down. The axe splintered the trunk of a tree. I stumbled into the pool of bright light. My lungs burned. I was too exhausted to move. I tensed as I waited for the killing blow, but it never came. I raised my head. Nothing moved in the darkness beyond. For the moment, bathed in the cold light, I was safe.
Was haben wir hier? Muni. Oh shit.
Too late. Someone had destroyed the circuit breaker. There was no way to get the lights back on.
Rusty!
The ground was covered with oily patches that looked like liquid darkness.
Rusty?
Something had torn a mammoth-sized hole in the wall.
Please don't feed the animals.
Oh no. Hat's Rusty erwischt?
Fishing is only permitted for those prisoners who purchase a park.
Es hat Rusty erwischt.
Obey the operator's instructions at all times. Rusty, no! Never. Do bears and wolves never approach any other wildlife closer than 25 yards? Pets must be leashed. Yeah, all times. Never leave your pet unattended. It is against the law.
Müsst ihr ihn gleich haben.
This includes even... You may. Even simple berries!
Okay, das erklärt aber immer noch nicht so ganz, was hier passiert ist. Ah. Ah, jetzt muss ich wieder... Ach, fuck. Ich muss hier einmal rum. Licht.
What the hell was that? I saw from the window. I saw something.
Forget about it, Barry. It's just me going crazy.
Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. You're not crazy. I wish you were crazy, but you're not crazy. Ow, be careful.
Stay in the cabin. Don't open the door for anyone. I mean it. In that last instant of consciousness, Rusty thought about Rose. He was older than she was. Rose was barely out of her teens, but she made him feel young and forget what a train wreck his long-dead marriage had been. He still wore the ring. He'd been waiting for her to tell him to take it off. Now she never would.
Traurig. Do not feed wildlife. $100 Strafe.
Lover's Peak was at the far end of the nature trail.
Hier gibt's Supplies. Ganz viele Supplies in einer Tropfsteinhöhle. Nice. Ich war ja schon mal in einer Tropfsteinhöhle. Ich glaube zweimal sogar. So im Dunkeln. Das glaube ich noch mal einen etwas anderen Flair. Moonshine Cave, site of frequent bootlegger activity throughout the Prohibition. This cave was a site of frequent lucrative bootlegger activity throughout the Prohibition. It was mostly used for temporary storage of alcohol smuggled from Canada, but at times alcohol was also distilled on the premises. Das heißt, eine doppelte Bedeutung. Hier scheint, das ist eine Höhle, wo der Mondschein reinscheint. Deshalb Mondschein, aber hier wird auch Mondschein gebrannt. Gar nicht. Das ist witzig. Ah. Oh. Da war doch was. Aua. Der hat Aua gemacht. Leitungstod. Kann niemand anrufen. Okay, jetzt könnte es wieder anstrengend werden. Nebel wird dichter. Aber die Bären beschützen mich. Die Bärenbrüder. Der hält viel aus. Sind noch mehr. Aua! Genau gesehen, dass da links noch einer ist. By lightning in 1937 with exceptionally tall Rocky Mountain. Douglas fir was over 200 years old. According to local legends, it stretched beyond the stars. After it fell, it was measured to be 66 meters tall, nearly a record length. Also ein krasser Baum gewesen. You know what? Aua! Ich werde hier gamebangt. Muss wieder ins Licht. Ein bisschen Schaden genommen. Aua. Oh. Ja, weiter geht's. Ist hier noch was? Ja. Nächste Manuskriptseite.
I turned the corner, afraid of what the flashlight's beam might reveal. Suddenly, a roughly painted symbol of a torch glowed in the light. Behind it, hidden by a rock, sat a battered metal trunk. It was here for a reason, packed with supplies, batteries, flares, ammo, things you need to make it through the darkness of the night. Something left behind by someone who knew what I knew, and more.
Irgendjemand hier ist auf die Dunkelheit vorbereitet. Ich hab dich genau gesehen. Ich hab dich ganz genau gesehen. Und dich meine ich nicht mal. You know what? Aua, 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 aua. Den habe ich schon. Habe ich jetzt alle meine Flares benutzt? Ja. Das so klug war, ich weiß nicht. Das ist eine Sackgasse. Okay, da geht's nicht lang. Das wäre wahrscheinlich der kurze Weg. Doch, ich kann hier lang. Ich kann da rüber klettern, aber hier ist noch irgendwas. Ein sehr alter Baum. Hier war jetzt auch nur die Thermoskanne, ne? Und halt diese Ringscheibe. The tree this ring was cut from started growing in 1846. The year of the Oregon Treaty was signed. Other notable events marked on the rings. So. Ganz viel amerikanische Geschichte hat dieser Baum erlebt. Das war ja nix, ne?
Agent Nightingale didn't want to be in Bright Falls. These little communities revolted him, and he didn't like the trees or the coffee. He now knew that impossible horrors lurked behind the storefronts and smiles. He desperately wanted to turn the car around and just drive until he passed out or ran out of road and booze. But he had a job to do. He had a rider to catch, at any cost.
Ein neuer Charakter betritt das Spielfeld, ohne dass wir ihn gesehen haben. Sehr gut. Das sieht sicher aus. Wo sind wir denn? Ich sehe kein You are here Zeichen irgendwie. Ich glaube es... Ah doch, das ist da oben. Ist noch ein Stückchen. Oh oh. Schnell die Taschenlampe. Fuck. Wir sind am Arsch. Oder auch nicht.
Come on, we gotta get moving. More of them coming.
That flashlight's kid stuff. The flares will keep the bastards away.
You can see them too?
Hell, of course I see them. Come on, we gotta move.
Why?
Because that's the way the story goes.
Yeah, but...
Let's move!
I lost my gun back there.
Oh, I've got a gun. Just keep that light steady on him.
It took a moment, but then I recognized him. He'd been on the ferry when I first arrived here with Alice. He knew my name. We were headed in the direction of Lover's Peak. There was no way this was a coincidence. He was the kidnapper.
Come on, Wake! You better keep up. Monster! Oh! Fighting me! Bring it!
Der kann nicht so gut zielen wie ich. So, mal ganz ehrlich. Du musst warten, bis die Dunkelheit nicht mehr auf den drauf ist, Rudi. Du verschwendest voll die Muni.
That's right. You just keep coming. Lover's Peak, right up these stairs, Wake. Use the flares from the emergency box to hold them off while I get these boards off.
Give me the gun.
Yeah, no can do, Wake.
Are you kidding? Give me the gun!
No time for back talk. Pull them off, damn it. Just a little longer. Scare them off. Get some light on those bastards. That'll keep them off us. Just a little longer. I almost got it. Okay, it's open. Move it or lose it.
Ihr kommt nicht vorbei.
Oh, you feeling better now, Wake? All cozy and safe.
Was ist mit dem Typen?
Better get ready. They'll be on us soon.
Hey, wir haben Lovers Peak erreicht. So, was willst du jetzt von mir? Wer bist du?
This is it, Wake. The last stand. There's more flares here. Get ready. We fight them as long as they keep coming.
Give me the goddamn gun! They're coming!
That's not how this goes. Program, Wake. For ya.
Schieß auf ihn! Da ist eine Thermoskanne. Die hol ich mir. Komm, schieß drauf. Oh, die sind überall. Oh, da ist ein großer. Beefy Boy. Jetzt kannst du auf ihn schießen. Du hast den Großen, komm. Puh.
Let's cut the act now. Where's my wife?
I knew you were gonna say that. I read it all before. You're a hell of a writer. Congratulations. You're gonna bring about something glorious and terrible once we get you some proper editorial control.
What the hell are you talking about? Where's Alice?
I want the entire manuscript, or she's gonna suffer bad.
You touch her now.
Ich wusste gar nicht, tatsächlich nicht mehr, dass der Typ hinter dem Manuskript her ist. So einige Plotpoints habe ich auch schon wieder voll vergessen. Doch, ich habe doch hier einen Fleck, oder? Was ist das? Oh, es ist... Was ist Kakao?
And he wanted the manuscript because he thought it held some magical power. But I had no manuscript to give him. I had to get back to Barry and figure out my next move.
Okay, jetzt kann ich auch Flares benutzen. Zieht euch. Mag euch nicht.
On more than one occasion, Alice had tried to explain to me how it felt to be afraid of the dark. To her, darkness wasn't simply the absence of light, but something more tangible than that. It was something you could touch and feel. Worse than that, it was something with a mind of its own, something malicious and malign. For her, things changed when they were wrapped in darkness. They turned into something else, something foreign, and nothing was safe or innocent anymore. I'd never really understood what she meant, until now.
tatsächlich auch Angst vor der Dunkelheit. Also ich mag das gar nicht, wenn es richtig dunkel ist. Also wenn noch Lichtquellen in der Nähe sind, das ist noch okay. Also richtige Dunkelheit, da geht mir auch richtig hart die Pumpe. Und ich krieg da auch echt schnell Paras. Also ich höre und sehe manchmal Dinge, die eigentlich gar nicht da sind. Das ist richtig gruselig. Deshalb mag ich... Ach, das ist eine Bärenfalle. Okay. Das hat mich so angeleuchtet. Als Kind hatte ich das richtig schlimm mit Angst vor der Dunkelheit. Deshalb konnte ich auch nicht im Dunkeln schlafen. Ich brauchte immer ein Nachtlicht. Oder offene Tür zum Flur mit Licht im Flur an, das ging auch. Das hat mir dann auch so ein bisschen Sicherheit noch gegeben, weil ich dann meine Eltern noch gehört habe. Ist dann irgendwann besser geworden. Aber so ein bisschen habe ich das immer noch.
Sarah didn't care about the legal threats Wake's agent had made. She let Wake go without argument, because there was something about him she couldn't quite put her finger on, something that reminded her of her father. She didn't think Wake would hurt his wife. Then she thought about the way he waded into Hartman, that hair-trigger rage flaring up without warning.
Das ist auch richtig schlimm, wenn ich Horrorfilme geguckt habe oder Horrorspiele gespielt habe und dann nachts alleine in der Wohnung bin und es dunkel ist in anderen Zimmern. Da kriege ich dann oft das Gefühl, dass das, was ich in den Horrorspielen oder Horrorfilmen sehen habe, in der Wohnung ist. Einer der Gründe, warum ich zu Hause alleine keine Horrorfilme gucke. Und ich spiele auch eigentlich keine Horrorspiele, wenn ich so drüber nachdenke. So Horror-Koop-Spiele wie Phasmophobia spiele ich schon ganz gerne, die sind ganz witzig. Weil ich mir am Anfang auch richtig, als ich das so die ersten Male gespielt habe, auch richtig in die Hose geschissen. Ja, das ist nix. Guten Tag. Aua. Und tschüss. Und hier krieg ich wieder Licht, oder? Fuck! Ich will das abbrechen! Boah, das war fies. Ich brauche neue Muni.
The night had been one desperate situation after another. I was exhausted, and my body felt as though it had been chewed up and spat out. The flashlight was heavy in my hand, and each pull of the trigger sent a painful shock up my arm. But I was finally out of the woods, and things were looking up. That's when I heard the chainsaw.
Kettensäge. Nice. Ich werde richtig gern im Dunkeln von Kettensägen überrascht. Da freut man sich doch richtig. Das ist hier runter wahrscheinlich, ne? Ja. Ich glaube hier... Nee, da komme ich nicht her. Da komme ich her. Wo geht's denn hier lang? Nirgendwo. Vergessen wir es.
I had heard the plane fall. It made no sense. It was clear that it had just fallen here, but it was very old and obviously hadn't flown in decades. Looking at it sent a shiver down my spine.
Da ist Dunkelheit dran. Weird. Weird. Wo ist mein Stash? Pfeil zeigt in die Richtung. Was ist hier oben? Nee. Eigentlich müssten noch mehr Markierungen kommen. Was ist hier drin? Ups. Da oben. Gut, dass ich mir das Flugzeug angeguckt habe. Hat sich gelohnt. Das war sonst nix, ne? Jetzt muss ich... Da. Warum zeigt das in die Richtung? Ich muss doch hier runter. Hier ist auch ein Checkpoint. Geh einfach zum Licht. Ich hatte hatte die Flare Gun in der Hand. Scheiße. Das wollte ich nicht. Wenn ich jetzt hier anfange, dann kommt einer, oder? Oder auch nicht. Da ist der Thermoskanne, ich sehe sie genau. Meins. Da oben ist Licht an. Guten Tag. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. Aua. Das ist so ein bisschen baufällig hier. Weiß nicht, ob ich mich hier drin auf... Aua. Was war das? Das hat mich fast umgebracht. Darf nicht in die Dunkelheit reintreten, glaube ich. Muss ich darüber? Das sah hier auch so aus, als müsste ich hier hin. Aber ich muss nach oben. Hier ist eine Manuskriptseite.
The logging site was a mess. The modular office had been pushed off the cliff. Deputy Thornton climbed up from the wreckage excited, breathing hard from the exertion. Nobody there. It's weird. Don't you think that's weird? Bored, Mulligan let out a mighty snort. Hell, it's always weird, Thornton. Just a question of sorting out what kind of weird it is this time around. When Barry saw the darkness attack the visitor center, it made him a believer. The men Al said he'd shot, they hadn't been just locals on crank. Somehow the world had changed, like the channel had been switched without warning. You think you're watching a sitcom, and you're really watching a horror show. When the birds started attacking the cabin, Barry wasn't surprised, just terrified.
Frage ist nur, was steckt dahinter? Warum Alan Wake? Was hat der mit der ganzen Sache zu tun? Okay, wir haben die Mühle überlebt. Steht hier. Darkness wears her face. Die Dunkelheit trägt ihr Gesicht. Was soll das heißen? Ich hab... Oh, Hunting Rifle. Ich habe nur noch eine Vermutung, was das heißen könnte. Ich vermute, das hat was mit dieser komischen Frau in Schwarz zu tun, der wir am Anfang im Diner begegnet sind und die zwischendurch wieder in den Jumpscares auftaucht. Fledermäuse. Klingt, als würden da Steine runterkommen. Das ist nicht gut. Komm ich da durch? Ja. Der ist einfach mittig abgebrochen, der Baum. Und da ist die Kettensäge. Ja, moin. Das war effektiv. Ich hoffe, das war guter Nutzen meiner Ressourcen. Wenn nicht, dann oh. Aber wird schon passen. Ich bin ja auf normal. Hello?
Barry? Ow! The porch is covered with birds. They've got all Hitchcock on me.
Stay out of sight.
I'm on my way. Don't open the door.
What are we, crazy?
Stay hidden. I'll be there soon. Just make sure you keep the lights on.
Ah, ich bin zurück. Keine Karte, ne? Nee.
I still had to reach Barry at the cabin, but at least I was out of the woods.
Das ist ein bisschen sass.
I'd have to get the car from the locked garage. It would get me back to Barry faster, and the headlights were a welcome bonus.
Das Spiel ist realistisch genug, dass man das das Schloss nicht durch einen Revolver aufbekommt. Weil in echt geht das gar nicht. Es geht nur in Videospielen und in Filmen.
The FBI agent's command froze me in place. I considered surrender. It was all falling apart anyway. I could give in, let someone else deal with it. But it felt all wrong. Call it instinct, his posture, the way he held the gun. He was no friend. Shots ringing in my ears, I leaped for the hole in the fence and stumbled into the darkness beyond.
Okay, wie weit... Da waren wir schon. Welches war das? Okay, das müsste jetzt bald kommen.
I had to find the key to the garage. I needed the garage key to get to the car.
Da.
The garage key had to be somewhere nearby.
Ich wusste, dass das jetzt kommt.
A story is not a machine that does what you tell it. A story is a beast with a life of its own. You can create it, shape it, but as the story grows, it starts wanting things of its own. Change one thing and you set off a chain reaction of events that spreads through the whole thing. The characters have to be true to themselves. The events need to follow a logic that fits the story. A single flaw and the magic is gone. The story dies. Alice dies.
You can hold nature and yourself.
Bruder. Du hast dich hier drin versteckt, okay. So, und das Auto greift mich jetzt an. Oder auch nicht. Es ist ja im Licht und es hat Licht. Das kann nicht böse sein. Ich wusste doch noch, dass man Auto fährt in diesem Spiel. Aus dem Weg! Aus dem Weg! Eine Rampe. So, ich kann natürlich... Ach so, ja klar. Kann Fernlicht anmachen, ne? Also man merkt, es ist kein Rennspiel. Aber die Steuerung tut, was sie sollte. Das ist okay. Okay, ich muss hoch. Zu Barry. Barry, mein Freund! Okay, weiter komme ich nicht. Lass doch das Licht an.
The flare gun was probably the best weapon I could imagine against the dark things I was facing.
Es kommt was auf mich zu. Jo, nee.
It was the kidnapper.
You son of a bitch! Where's my wife?
Enough horseplay, Wake. You deliver the manuscript, and you can have your woman back. Simple as that.
I don't... Listen. I'm gonna need time to finish it. I still need to write the ending. I need... a week.
It's not done?
I need a week.
2 days. The old Bright Falls coal mine is nearby. You can find it easy, city boy. The main building, there at noon. You bring the manuscript, you'll get your wife. If not, well, get me?
Yes, I get you.
Das sieht nicht gut aus. Sieht gar nicht gut aus.
Barry had talked about birds over the phone.
Hitchcock lässt grüßen.
Al, I am so glad you're here. A couple of them got in here before I blocked the chimney. This isn't normal. These birds are weird.
Jo. Zieht euch. Schuff. Okay, Vögel, kommt her. Ich zeig's euch. Das war knapp. Aber... Oh Gott. keine Flares, ich habe keine Flares.
You can open the door now. They're gone.
Hey, Al. I'm sorry for thinking you were having a psychotic episode, man.
Wir haben jetzt alle eine psychotische
I
Episode.
sent Barry to the town to ask around about a man fitting the kidnapper's description. He'd go through the archives of the local paper. Perhaps he could learn something. Anything about the island and the cabin that had disappeared. The man wanted a manuscript. I had to try to write him one to get Alice back. For me, the supernatural had always been nothing but a metaphor for the human psyche, a tool to use in writing fiction. Now, it was happening for real, and I couldn't put a single word on paper.
Vielleicht, weil du die Geschichte schon geschrieben hast.
Barry Wheeler speaking.
This is Rose.
Rose?
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Oh, you sweet, brilliant girl.
Could you and Mr. Wake come get them? I live in the trailer park outside the town.
We'll be there in less than an hour.
Bye now.
See you soon.
Die klangen ein
Have a
bisschen.
great day. Hope you come back
Ich wollte
soon.
gerade sagen, die klangen.
Welcome to the old dear diner.
Good girl.
Das war jetzt Episode 2, oder? Ich muss mein Licht wieder laden.
Pretty please, can you tell me where I am? You want to say something?
Ah,
I need to get my bearings.
es ist wieder so ein wunderschöner Trip.
And the shadows keep on changing. And I'm haunted by the lives that I've loved and actions I have hated.
Oh, mein Teelicht hier ist gerade ausgegangen. Lass es mal eben laufen und hol mir noch ein neues Teelicht. Bin sofort wieder da.
Don't cry. There's always a way. Here in November, in this house of leaves, we'll pray. Please, I know it's hard to believe. See a perfect forest through so many splintered trees. You and me, and these shadows keep on changing. And I'm haunted by the lives that I've loved and actions I have hated.
Ja, da.
By the promises I made and others I have broken.
Teelicht. Damit auch mir hier nicht das Licht ausgeht. brauche ich aber gerade vor allem für meinen Verdunster. Ich hab hier Duftwachs stehen. Das Ding ist heiß. Wollte ich so nicht anfassen. So. Okay, dann in die nächste Episode.
Previously on Alan Wake, Alice has been kidnapped.
Alan, please help me.
Alice?
You'll do exactly what I say if you ever want to see your wife again.
I can't tell anyone except my agent Barry.
Damn it, Barry, they'll kill her.
You're my best friend, and I'm worried that you're not right in the head.
The ransom is a manuscript I supposedly wrote that's coming true before my eyes.
It happened just the way it was on that page. So dark.
I have found only a few scattered pages.
I want the entire manuscript.
The deadline is in 2 days.
I found Mr. Wake's pages.
Good girl.
How the hell did she get her hands on the manuscript anyway?
I don't know. She's resourceful. I told you you were too hard on her. Listen, I found out all sorts of interesting stuff while I was digging around.
Yeah.
Mr. Wake, it's Sheriff Breaker. We have an FBI agent here, Agent Nightingale.
FBI?
He's anxious to see you. You'd better come to the station.
Okay, I'll be right over, Sheriff.
Let's make this quick, huh?
Help you folks? Name's Randolph. I'm the manager.
We're looking for Rose. Works as a waitress down at the diner.
Rose, sure. Nice girl. Who wants to know?
I'm Alan Wake.
The writer, huh? I heard on the radio you were visiting. Well, I'll show you her trailer. That Rose, she's a nice girl. Always pays her rent on time.
As I was saying, Al, I found all sorts of weird stuff from the local newspaper's archives. This place is crazy. Disappearances, mysterious deaths, urban legends come true, and get this, most of this stuff takes place around Cauldron Lake.
Well, you ain't wrong, mister. The Indians thought the lake was a doorway to the underworld. I'm the God-fearing type myself. I don't hold with that sort of thing.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, there was an island there owned by a guy called Thomas Zane. Some of the articles I found about him make him out to be a famous writer. When I ran a bunch of searches, couldn't find a single thing he wrote. Zane was heavily into diving, so much so that the place came to be called Diver's Isle. But the volcano under the lake erupted in 1970, and Zane went down with the island.
Also ein Autor, der mit seiner Insel in diesem verfluchten See untergegangen ist.
It gets better. A local girl, Barbara Jagger, drowned in Cauldron Lake just a week earlier. They were lovers.
Sure, Jagger's a local spook story. The Scratching Hag. Comes for you in the dark. Childish stuff like that.
Anyway, Al, I'm just getting to the best part. All of the articles about this stuff were written by Cynthia Weaver. I asked around, and she's that crazy bag lady you met.
What, the lamp lady? She can be a little loopy, but she's not homeless or anything.
Yeah, anyway, she knew both Jagger and Zane before they both died, and she had some kind of a breakdown.
Also eigentlich müssten wir mit Cynthia reden. Die scheint ja einiges zu wissen. Aber erstmal brauchen wir die Manuskriptseiten.
This here's Rose's trailer. You mind me asking what you want with her?
We're just here to talk to her, pal.
Die ist ein Fan. Und Alan Wake liebt seine Fans, deshalb besucht er sie jetzt.
Welcome to... Oh dear, Mr. Wake. I'm so glad you're here.
Ist ein bisschen
Rose,
off.
you have my manuscript?
Oh. Oh yes. Yes. Please, come in.
Hey, this is really good.
Rose,
Yes,
my manuscript. I really need it.
I understand. I know what you need. A muse to inspire you.
Oh, for Barry. She doesn't have anything.
Yeah, hey Al? Al, what's... Oh...
Gute Nacht.
What?
Der Kaffee ist nicht zum Wachmachen, oder?
What?
Der Kaffee ist nicht zum Wachmachen.
It's coming for you, hiding in my barber's skin. I'm too weak to stop it. You must turn the lights on.
I promised I'd come visit you and your lovely wife. You must finish what you started. I insist.
You must turn the lights on. Turn the light on.
Back to work, boy.
I felt nauseous, hungover. Only anger kept me going.
Gott.
I can't tell reality from dream anymore, but it seems I have an imaginary editor to help me. She's an old woman in a funeral dress. I call her Barbara Jagger. She's very strict. I'm writing faster and faster. My manuscript is being heavily revised. The edits are getting very aggressive, and each day there's less of me and more of her. I hate it, but I know she's right. She promises me I can save Alice this way. She knows more of this than I do. About the complex incantation I'm attempting. About this place. She's worked with another writer under similar circumstances, Thomas Zane. The genre of the story seems to be shifting. It's turning into a horror story. I'm getting close. I can feel it.
Ein echter Alan Wake-Fan. Natürlich stehen die Alan Wake-Bücher direkt in Griffweite am Bett.
Rose took a day from me. I had less than 12 hours left to meet the kidnapper. All I could do was get Barry into the car, work something out once I got on the road.
Erstmal einen Kaffee. Cooking with corn. 72 tasty recipes.
Welcome to the Oh Dear Diner. What can I get you today? Coffee?
I couldn't work up much hate for Rose. Something had used her to get to me and left its mark.
First refill is free. Milk and sugar on the counter there. Would you like to hear today's specials? Thank you. A nice day.
Keine Ahnung, ich bekomme gerade irgendwie voll Bock.
Barry was out of it. He was way too heavy to carry.
Ich hätte voll Bock, mir mal in so einem amerikanischen Diner einfach einen Kaffee zu bestellen.
So handsome.
Also richtiger Smalltown-Diner. Ich habe auch überhaupt gar keinen Bock, in die Staaten zu fliegen. Nicht nur wegen dem Flug.
Flashlight were gone. I'd have to find a way to get Barry into the car as quickly as possible. There was no time to waste.
Nicht nur wegen dem Flug, einfach weil ich auch gar keinen Bock auf Amerika hätte.
Mr. Randolph liked Rose. That little smile she had. How she was still sweet when life had tried so hard to make her bitter. It wasn't any of his business what she did in her trailer. But those strangers, the writer and his smart-ass sidekick, looked like trouble. And they'd been in there for hours, way past her normal bedtime. He reached for the phone and called the sheriff's station.
Guter Typ. Guter Typ. Radio.
just stepped outside to catch a breath of fresh air, and let me tell you, the weather's getting heavy. Nights like this make me especially glad I'm here talking to you and not home in bed. Once the weather takes a turn like this, I can't sleep at all. It's all tangled bed sheets and dark thoughts, punctuated by the occasional plunge into nightmare. Is it just me? Well, perhaps it is. But I hope I can make the night a little bit easier to get through. Caller, you're on KBF FM.
Hey, Pat, it's Walt Snyder.
What's on your mind, Walt?
Well, I ain't the way you are, but, well, I can't sleep either, you know? I just been staring out the window here, trying to make sense of it all, but, I ain't been drinking either, you know?
Well, you sound like a man with a problem, Walt.
I had a, argument with Danny, Danny, and, then I got in trouble with the law, and, I'm just, well...
I heard something like that, Walt.
Yeah, well, he's, Danny's my best friend, and, they let me out on bail today, and now I'm just alone here at the window, waiting. Man, and there's something in the air tonight, man.
I was just outside looking up at the sky above our broadcast tower thinking the same thing. What are you waiting for, Walt?
I don't know. Something's gonna happen. I think I better go.
Well, Walt, maybe...
No, thanks, Pat.
Well, good luck to you, Walt. Hang in there. Let's take a little break, folks. This weather's really something else, huh?
How can I be sure you will walk away? Why'd you love this sad?
Na, ich hab's schon mal gesagt. Musik in dem Spiel ist einfach gut. Einfach gute Musik. Hey, Buddy. Rose geht's gut.
Oh, you're gonna get it now. God knows what you've done to that poor girl.
This
Gar
is Agent
nix.
Nightingale, FBI! Get him up, Hemingway! You're under arrest! You move a muscle, I'll unload right in your goddamn face! Stay right where you are, Spillane!
Hemingway?
What are? I'm standing right here, you goddamn maniac!
Alan Wake ist der Name, nicht Hemingway.
leave Barry behind, but there was no way I'd miss my appointment with the kidnapper.
Oh, fuck. Muss ich dem Licht ausweichen? Richtiger Twist. Ich hier runter gucken. Nein! Oh shit. Kann auch nicht ducken oder so in Deckung gehen. Geht im Spiel nicht so. Die sind aber auch auf einmal sehr schießwütig.
on, guys. We need to head him off.
For decades, the darkness that wore Barbara Jagger's skin slept fitfully in the dark place that was its home and prison. It was hungry and in pain. It dreamed of its nights of glory when the poet's writing had called it from the depths and given it a brief, terrible taste of power and freedom. The rock stars had stirred it from the deep sleep the poet had sunk it back to in the end. When it sensed the rider on the ferry, it opened its eyes.
Das ist definitiv nicht gut. Was haben wir getan? Warum wird Alan Wake vom FBI gesucht? Ich weiß das echt nicht mehr. Ich hab das voll vergessen. Das ist so schön. Die werden von der Dunkelheit zerrissen. Oh Gott.
This horror was everywhere I went, circling me. The cops didn't stand a chance. They were after a writer, not a monster.
I've lost contact with local men you assigned to me. It's Wake's doing.
Wait, are you seriously telling me that geek writer just took out my deputies? Are you kidding? I mean, have you seen this guy? He wears a tweed jacket. Over.
He's the guy we're chasing. If it's not him, who then? Bigfoot? Over.
I don't know yet, but I'm not in the habit of jumping to conclusions. That tends to come back and bite you in the ass. Out.
So ein Typ in der Tweetjacke kann ja unmöglich ein Massenmörder sein. Tweetjacke und Kapuzenpulli drunter. Guten Tag!
You on the ground. Hold it right there. There's nowhere to run. Freeze!
Tut mir wahnsinnig leid, Leute. Ich kann da nichts für. Alan Wake hat ja nur die Geschichte geschrieben. ich glaube, die sind dead.
This is James. Mulligan, Thornton, come in. Over.
Thornton here. James, we got both Wheeler and Rose in custody. They didn't put up a fight or anything. Why, they were... Hey, what are you doing? Come on!
Sit down and give me that. James, Mulligan here. Over. Go ahead, Mulligan. Over. We got Wheeler and Rose here. Wheeler's drunk or hopped up on something. Speaking of which, that Fed had a pretty distinctive whiff of Otis Scotch about him, if you know what I mean. Over. I don't have anything on that, Deputy Mulligan. Over. Well, whatever. Anyway, Rose is just being plain weird here. You better get Doc in to take a look at both. Over. Gotcha. You better get them here quickly. The, Fed's gonna want to interview Wheeler. Over. Oh, yeah, I'll bet he does. Looks like they have a lot in common. Mulligan out.
Die haben Barry. Na, gucken wir
I could
jetzt.
see the lights at the radio station in the distance.
Da. Das ist die Tankstelle. Nee, das ist die Radio Station. Da wollen wir jetzt hin, oder was? Okay. Probieren wir es.
I imagined that the broadcast tower in the distance was part of the local radio station. Maine seemed like a decent guy. Perhaps he could give me directions to the coal mine. Unnatural shadows clung to the gate. The darkness that was after me was trying to stop me. I wouldn't get through without light.
Okay. Das heißt, ich brauche erstmal ein Licht. Das ist Licht. Das ist sehr großes Licht. Das könnte helfen. Erstmal Kaffee. Ups. Außer hätte dieses Kabel auch schon mal bessere Tage gesehen.
The old generator conked out. I'd have to see if I could fix it and try again.
Oh. Ich glaube, dieser Generator sollte mal eingemottet werden. Der scheint nicht mehr so gut zu funktionieren. Eine Taschenlampe, hey! Hätte ich noch gern einen Revolver oder irgendwas.
took me a moment to recognize the flashbang grenades. They were an ideal weapon for my situation.
Nice. Der vielleicht ein Revolver noch für mich? Die hat's erwischt. Die ist einfach verpufft dadurch. Aua! Okay, das zerlegt die tatsächlich einfach. Nice. Scherin, Radio.
And here's another call. You're on KBFFM with Pat Maine.
It's Milt Peabody, Pat.
What's on your mind, Milt?
Well, I live near the trailer park, Pat, and there's a big ruckus going on over there.
Well, that's just up the road from me, too. What's going on, do you know?
I don't know, but there's a bunch of police cars there, lots of sirens, a helicopter buzzing around, and I think I heard some gunshots.
Gunshots?
Yes, sir, like from a pistol. So can you find out what's going on? Because it's just next door and they're popping off guns there.
They're still shooting?
No, it was maybe 10-15 minutes ago. It sounds serious, Pat. I'm telling you, it don't sound like no party.
I'm certainly going to give the station a call, Milt.
Okay.
You'll hear it here as soon as I hear from them.
Okay, thanks.
Das war ein mieser Überfall.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was drawn in black and gray crayons. The old lady had promised her that all her wishes would come true. She would be Alan Wake's muse. She was smiling so hard it hurt her face. She crushed a bottle full of sleeping pills into the coffee. Deep down inside, she was screaming in terror.
Das Monster nutzt sowohl Träume als auch Albträume der Leute. Fuck, da war ich zu langsam. Ich kann die Leute auch anleuchten. Ah ne, oh, jetzt habe ich einen gewastet. Hat gereicht.
Touched by the dark presence, Rose was lost in a dreamland where everything was.
Das hatten wir schon, ich wollte es nur noch mal mitnehmen, damit es auch gespeichert ist. Was ist Farbe? Was ist denn... Da. Was? No one in the dark. Okay, ich habe eine Flaregun gefunden. Das ist schon mal etwas. Ist immer noch kein Revolver. Ich es gerochen habe. Es ist nicht mehr weit. Bin bald da. Sechs Angriffe kann ich noch überleben. Ah. Ich glaube, ich bin in Sicherheit. Oh, fast. Jetzt sollte ich in Sicherheit sein.
I hope Maine could lend me a car to get to the coal mine.
Vielleicht hat er auch einen Revolver für mich. Das wäre nice.
Well, thank you very much for that compassionate viewpoint, Lorna. Oh, here's a little surprise. The famous writer Alan Wake.
Oh nein.
I'm gonna see if I can talk him into an interview.
Das.
Come in, Mr. Wake.
Hättest du es bitte nicht sagen können.
Oh, I'm so glad you could find the time to do this, Mr. Wake.
Natürlich sind die direkt da. Mhm.
Nowhere to run now, Dan Brown. You back away from me. Don't hurt it.
Whoa. Everyone calm down. Put the gun down. We're all friends here, right?
Cool your jets, Nightingale. We got him.
Judas Priest!
What the hell's the matter with you? There's a civilian in there.
Ich habe das Gefühl, der Typ ist kein FBI-Agent. Oder zumindest ist er sogar kein richtiger, I don't know.
I'll get you yet, even if it kills me. You hear me? You hear me, HP Lovecraft?
Okay, der nimmt mich einfach nach irgendwelchen Horrorautoren.
That's what you get for naming a book The Sudden Stop. It was probably good I hadn't had the chance to tell Maine where I was going. I'd have to lose the cops and find my own way to the mine. Gale stared through the broken studio window into the dark woods. He turned around, started to walk out, but Maine grabbed his arm. Young man, you almost shot me. You don't shoot off rounds at people like that. What's the matter with you? Nightingale shook his arm free, marched out. His cheeks burned with rage and humiliation.
Ich hoffe, der Sheriff gibt dem Nightingale mal irgendwann eine ordentliche Schelle, dass der mal rafft, was der hier macht. Ich glaub, der ist auch irgendwie voll in der Psychose gefangen. Jo, Nack! Den habe ich nicht gerechnet. Ja, ich hab was für euch. Ein Revolver. Endlich. Shotgun-Ammo. Ich habe keine Shotgun. Da ist noch einer. Das sind zwei.
There was no sensible reason for the power company work lights to be here. It was almost as if they'd been left for someone like me to use.
Darkness Control to take. Ne, so weit war ich auch schon. Das klingt nicht gut. Das war ein kurzer Prozess. Ich hätte lieber gerne wieder ein Jagdgewehr. Ich mochte das ein bisschen mehr als die Shotgun. Light, you can hurt bei mir. Das habe ich auch schon gemerkt. Ich ob es ein Achievement dafür gibt, alle Dosendinger hinzuballern. Wird angegriffen. Oder? Hier ist wahrscheinlich nix. Hallo?
Hello?
The most stubborn man I've ever met.
Alice? Alice?
Alan. Alan. I'm so afraid. Keeps me in the dark. Please help me. I look at you, Alan, and it's not you. Something else. Looking out from behind your eyes.
Alice, I'm here.
I'm so alone here. It's all gonna go to hell. You need to be careful. Cooperate.
The connection had been terrible, but that wasn't the only thing that hadn't been right with the call. She sounded wrong somehow, but she had called me.
Ich muss gleich mal kurz pinkeln. Ich bin am Überlegen, ob ich mir noch einen Tee mache. Ich würde gleich noch mal kurz Pause machen. Guten Tag. Aua. Ich nehme noch die Seite. Und nach der Seite gehe ich kurz Pause machen.
Wrapped in darkness, it floated in midair,
Oh Gott.
twitching. For a moment, I didn't understand what I was looking at. The heavy object lurched at me with impossible force. I threw myself out of the way, but just barely. When I turned my flashlight on it, it shook in a dark rage before it flew at me again.
Okay. Ich gehe kurz auf Toilette, ich bin gleich wieder da. Und ich mache mir noch einen Tee. Also 2-3 Minütchen wieder. Bis gleich. So, da bin ich wieder. Ich muss mir noch eben mein Stüfchen anmachen. Damit mein Tee auch noch schön heiß bleibt. Okay, dann kann es weitergehen Richtung Kohlemine.
I could see a railway bridge up ahead, and a warehouse of some sort on the opposite shore. I hoped I could find a car from there.
Und da ist ein Rohr. Wir haben noch gerade eben erst was von einem Rohr gelesen, das sich loslöst. Oh Gott. Ja, moin.
The darkness that was pursuing me was growing stronger, and it was taking over everything in its path.
Oh Gott. Uff. Was ich nicht so ganz verstehe. Die Dunkelheit hat Alan Wake dazu gezwungen, die Geschichte zu schreiben, aber will ihn jetzt umbringen. Warum?
As a teenager, just starting to get interested in writing, Stephen King had been a source of inspiration to me. I thought about all the inanimate objects that had come to life in his books. No one is safe in a good horror story. Certainly not the protagonist. That's what makes them fun. This was anything but. The darkness could possess anything, and it was getting closer.
Ich habe ein Upgrade gefunden. Jetzt haben wir eine dickere Taschenlampe. Die werden wir wahrscheinlich brauchen. Habe ich alles mitgenommen? Ich glaube schon. Erstmal Kaffee. Kaffee ist wichtig. zieht euch. Das war knapp. Guten Tag. Oh Gott. Der ist schon weit. In light you can hurt them. Ja, das, ja. Das Radio geht nicht. Der Fernseher geht aber. Oder auch nicht. Dann nicht.
I slammed the door shut right in his smug face. He pleaded for me to open the door. True to form, the asshole actually thought I would obey. I had no sympathy left, no guilt either, not for him. I took a moment to savor the scream. I bet I had a smile on my face. It was all that I had time for. The dark presence was inside the lodge with me.
Okay.
The darkness surged towards me, sucking everything loose from the ground into its depths, tugging at my clothes. I saw the flare the kidnapper had dropped and threw myself towards it just as I felt my feet leave the ground. The darkness embraced me with the force of a tornado. Somehow I managed to light the flare. The darkness roared and cast me away. I fell toward the dark waters of the lake far below.
Also kann die Mine eigentlich nicht mehr so weit sein. Aua. Werden einfach nicht weniger. Okay, das war erstmal der letzte. Schön, wenn man sich nach dem Kampf wieder ein bisschen aufstocken kann. Oh, ich habe mir gerade mal eine Jello Revoice für den Hals genommen. Die tut gerade richtig gut. Damit ich hier noch ein bisschen durchhalte, ne? Ach so. Ich habe schon genug Batterien. Ah, Licht.
I had never been this glad to see the sunrise. I had a couple of hours to get to the coal mine. The coal mine wasn't far now.
Woher weißt du, wie weit die Kohlemine noch weg
Today,
ist?
I would meet the kidnapper, and he would give me Alice. I wouldn't give him any other choice. A drowning man will clutch at a straw.
Kann ich das Auto nicht nehmen? Da muss ich jetzt zu Fuß laufen. Okay, ich kann fahren.
Little by little, without realizing it, I'd come to believe that the story in the manuscript was coming true. The current of its narrative had taken me deeper and deeper into dark waters. Alice had been taken from me. Barry was probably in jail. I was a fugitive from the FBI. The whole world taken over by the Dark Presence was trying to destroy me. It all felt real, but it matched a textbook case of insanity.
Nehmen wir einfach mal das coolere Auto, wie wir es damit. So, ich muss hier runter. Weil hier der Weg gesperrt ist. Das habe ich gar nicht gesehen. Oh Gott. Das Auto fährt sich ein bisschen komisch. Vielleicht fährt sich das Auto da vorne ja ein bisschen besser. Jetzt mal gucken, ob ich hier drin was... Ah, ein Radio.
This is Pat Main, and you're listening to KBF FM. Folks, I want to apologize for kind of abandoning you to that looping music track last night, but I was detained. You see, I encountered a big shot G-man with an itchy trigger finger who could use a lesson in manners and a boot in the ass. Not necessarily in that order either. Now, folks, I know I'm not being very informative here, and I apologize for that. I really should just keep quiet, but I'm just so peeved right now, because some people just shouldn't be carrying badges. I'm just glad that our Sheriff Breaker was there to straighten things out. And if someone I met last night is listening, let me just say, I'm sorry if my mouth got you in trouble. I'm pretty sure you're not the bad guy here. Godspeed, son. I hope you know what you're doing. Now, on a lighter note, I'll be talking to Dr. Nelson all morning. But first, a little music.
Gut, dass es Pat gut geht. Und er immer noch auf unserer Seite ist. Das freut doch. Ich würde gerne im Auto das Radio weiterhören. Wie cool wäre das denn? Okay. Bin ja weit gekommen mit dem neuen Auto. Cool. Ach so, weil ich auch gar nicht in die Richtung muss. Sondern in die. Jetzt schön Radio weiterhören, das wäre nett. Verpasste Chance. Du kriegst doch alle paar Meter ein neues Auto hier. Das ist witzig. Mal kurz da oben im Watchtower gucken, ob man da irgendwas findet, irgendwas Hilfreiches. Radio.
Welcome back to KBF FM. Hope you enjoyed that tune. Now, Doc, you were talking about life and finding that special someone, that soulmate.
Well, you were talking about that. I was saying I don't buy it.
Well, see, to me that's strange because I always pegged you as a hopeless romantic.
You got me there, Pat. But I think love's where you look for it. And you need to do a lot of looking, sure. But the idea that there's that one special person out there for you, and if you miss that chance, it's gone forever and you're forever incomplete. I mean, isn't that depressing? Or heck, childish even? There's plenty of fish in the sea.
And apparently a fisherman has a fishing analogy for everything. But what you're saying, isn't that a little harsh?
Well, no. What I am saying is that your potential for finding that connection isn't limited to what's essentially a chance encounter. How is that harsh?
Yeah, well, I guess that's a nice thought, but let me say something personal here.
Okay.
Now, well, I don't disagree with you exactly, but I can't really fit that together with what I feel, what I felt for someone, because she was the one. She was. And I let her drift away from me. Maybe I didn't put in the work, I don't know, but well, since then, and it was a long time ago, but since then there hasn't been anyone, not like her. And I'm not saying I dwell on her or haven't moved on. I like my life. I'm not living in the past, but I do miss the way she completed me.
You can't argue with the heart, Pat.
I'm sorry, folks. I had kind of a scary experience last night, and let's just say it's shaken a few things loose.
Ach, Pat. Du bist ein guter. Cat ist einfach ein richtig guter. So, gleich haben wir aber auch alle Autos durch. Ich würde das hier gerne angucken. Kommt man da jetzt runter? Man kommt hier hoch. Aber warum sollte man hier hochgehen? Weil hier ein Manuskript liegt, deswegen. Okay, das ist sehr weit weg.
For Mott, spying on the writer on the ferry had been a disappointment. His boss had made Wake out to be something special, but Mott hadn't been impressed. He'd gotten a good long look at the wife, though, and he liked what he saw. Mott had fantasized about goading Wake into a fight, but it hadn't happened. Still, he'd get his chance to see if the writer had anything in him. He'd been promised as much.
Okay. Okay, da geht's nicht runter. Dann fahren wir noch ein Stück weiter. Ohne Radio. Der eigentlich auf der Washington. Okay, wir befinden uns in Washington. Washington State. White Falls Coal Mine. Washington Mining Corporation. Visitor Parking. Dann parken wir doch mal richtig. Hier. Oops.
I was early. I was supposed to meet the kidnapper at noon in the main building. The coal mine was quiet. It was a museum now.
The Bright Falls Coal Mine Museum. While there were some earlier residents in the area, the true genesis of the town of Bright Falls came with the founding of the Bright Falls Mining Company and the opening of the Bright Falls Coal Mine in 1878. Although the work was hard and dangerous, many immigrants, Germans, Poles, Italians, Finns and Swedes, among others, worked the mines. Da ist ein Schacht, der ist aber zu. While lucrative at first, the mining steadily declined in the 20th century. The seams were rich, but hard to get at, and the volcanic activity in the area made the mine shafts particularly dangerous. Aber wenn der Vulkan so einen Schluck auf hat, dann stürzt so ein Schacht auch gerne mal ein, glaube ich. Da will man nicht drin hocken.
With Nightingale gone and the night wind blowing in through the broken studio window, Maine stared at Sarah. The sheriff looked away. Maine's voice shook with barely controlled anger. That boy's doing more drinking than thinking. I hope you know what you're doing, Sarah. He's got a sickness in his eyes. You take my word for it. He wants Wake for a reason, and it's not for anything good.
In 1970, a volcanic eruption below Cauldron Lake, while relatively minor, caused most of the deep mining tunnels to collapse or flood. 32 miners lost their lives in the calamity, and all mining around Bright Falls came to a final stop. Now, many of the remaining buildings are protected as historical landmarks. Und sehen baufällig aus. Ganz ehrlich.
I didn't want to go outside. Cops had to be looking for me. The noon sun turned the place into a sauna. The day dragged on. Different scenarios ran through my mind. Ways of how I'd torture the kidnapper to get Alice back. Or the different horrible things he could have done to her. I imagined her dead. I had no way of knowing she was still alive. It was killing me. I was running on blind hope. It was all a waste of time. The bastard never showed up.
Und die Dunkelheit ist da.
Wake, where the hell are you? Change of plans. You know where Mirror Peak is?
Nein.
Big mountain north of where you are. You follow the path from the mine, you can't miss it. There's a lookout point there. I'll be waiting.
I'm through being jerked around
You
by
want
you.
to see your wife alive? Because if you do, you better watch what you say to me. Do we understand each other?
I want to talk to Alice.
Yeah, and I want the manuscript. Don't keep me waiting, Wake.
Hello? Hello? Ah! I'm gonna kill him.
Was ein
I
Bastard.
had to get to Mirror Peak.
Oh Gott.
It was close. Maybe closer than ever before.
Okay, ich hab Flares. Eine Hunting Rifle. Ich habe sogar noch eine Blendgranate. Und runter. Oh, das war tiefer als ich wollte. Okay, da ist nix.
When Thomas Zane fell for Barbara Jagger, it happened fast. She was young, vibrant, and beautiful, full of life. He had never been a very happy man, and without any seeming effort, she had changed all that. Zane felt good for the first time in his life. Everything she did was another piece of a jigsaw puzzle he hadn't even known he'd been missing. And best of all, she made the words flow, strong and sharp. She was his muse.
Shotgun. Das für die Hunting Rifle. Du bist noch nicht dran. Du bist noch nicht dran. Hey. Wen hier aber auch immer alles umbringen will. Guten Tag. Nicht gereicht. Jetzt aber.
What the hell?
Da. Ein Sturm der Dunkelheit.
The only way to reach the hillside ahead was to go through the building. I had to find a way to avoid electrocution.
Bild gibt mir ein Auto. Ich benutze das Auto. Das Auto ist eine sehr gute Waffe. Sehr zuverlässig. Ja, ich würde jetzt hier den Strom ausmachen müssen, ne? Das ist ein bisschen kacke, was willst du machen? Und weg ist das Licht. Oh Gott, gut, dass ich ins Auto gestiegen bin. What the fuck? Ich hoffe, das waren jetzt alle von einen schweren Gegenständen. Okay, das war's. Also ich werde das Spiel heute... Oh Gott. Heute nicht mehr durchbekommen, denke ich. Aber... Ich wollte gar nicht mit der Flagge schießen, quasi. Ich hab noch... Also ich werde es definitiv nicht durchbekommen heute. Haben noch ein bisschen was vor uns. Aber ein bisschen werde ich auf jeden Fall noch spielen. Und dann mal gucken. Spätestens am 25. übermorgen. Ob ich das morgen schaffe, weiß ich nicht. Ich weiß noch nicht genau, wie mein Heiligabend morgen konkret aussieht. Oh, Moment. Ist hier noch Loot? Ich glaube nicht. Das ist eine Nachricht. Was no one. Tue ich nicht. Kommt hier das Licht her? Einfach Licht aus dem Nichts. Hallo. Okay.
Some of the Taken retained echoes of their former selves, but these were just the nerve twitches of a dead thing. Nothing remained but a shell covered and filled with darkness. In most cases, these puppets were enough for the purposes of the Dark Presence. But for anything more elaborate, as with the writer, it was different. It needed his mind. And so rather than taking him over completely, it merely touched him.
Okay, habe ich noch irgendwas übersehen? Nee. Das war knapp. Aber das ist nicht so gut.
There was no way the flashbang grenades were standard power company equipment.
Ich gehe mal davon aus, in der Richtung ist nix. Ist wieder Dunkelheit am Boden. Guten Tag. Ja, die haben aber viel ausgehalten. Doch die Flaregun benutzen können. Oder eine Flash.
I stared through the bars of the jail cell. Barry stood behind me, swaying on his feet, looking as ill as I felt. Agent Nightingale stood on the other side of the bars with Sheriff Breaker. Nightingale had a stack of manuscript pages in his hand. He seemed unhinged as he gloated. Well, I've got you now, Raymond Chandler. It's all here. All the evidence, including conspiracy to murder a federal agent.
Okay. Woher weiß der Typ von den Manuskriptseiten? Och Leute. Ganz viel Muni und Supplies. Sehr gut.
I had no real plan. I was going to give the kidnapper all the manuscript pages I had for Alice. If that wasn't enough, I'd hold him at gunpoint and make him talk.
Oh, nice. Eine Pump-Action. Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank, Spiel. Wie gesagt, ich soll in die Richtung, aber ich gehe jetzt einfach in die, weil da ist auch noch was. Ob das so eine gute Idee war, ich weiß nicht. Oder ich soll doch in die Richtung. Hey, in welche Richtung soll ich denn jetzt gehen? Ist es egal? Es ist egal, oder? Oh Gott, wo kommt ihr denn her? Oh Gott. Okay, es ist... Geht einfach hier rum. Es ist egal, wo wir lang gehen. Verschwende gerade einfach nur Ressourcen. Schön anbleiben. Oh, das ist noch gar nicht bereit gewesen. Hinter mir ist die fucking Revolver-Munition rausgegangen. Hier gibt's Nachschub für mich. Ah, Leute. Airgun Ammo. Shotgun Ammo nehme ich auch. So, du bist mir Rückendeckung. Und ich gehe weiter. Ah, Checkpoint.
The dark presence was moving ahead of me in the same direction I was going. A cold feeling settled itself in the pit of my stomach. Was it going for Alice?
Friedhof.
The graveyard shift may cause cancer.
Mir werden bald die Flashbangs ausgehen. Nein. Stopp. Stopp. Aus.
The place was dead, a ghost town. Had been for decades, maybe a century.
Au!
Things were never as simple in real life as in fiction. I had lost count of the times I had wished there'd be a clear reason for my writer's block. Something to fight, something to lash out on. There wasn't. I was filled with doubt. I was nothing like the hero in my books. Alex Casey had gone through his life with single-minded determination, never wavering from his goal. Even now, I was angry at myself, angry at Alice, angry at Barry. I was fumbling and I had no plan.
Grey Peak Gorge. Originally founded in 1928, the Grey Peak Gorge mining town was one of the permanent settlements the Bright Falls Mining Company built for its workers. The nearby graveyard is a testament to the dangers the miners faced on a daily basis. Most of the men who lost their lives over the years here were buried there. A grim reminder to be careful for those who remained. Grey Peak Gorge was abandoned almost overnight when the Bright Falls Mining Company closed its doors in 1970. Das sieht hier definitiv nach einem Albtraum aus. Das nächste Licht ist noch ein Stück entfernt. So. Ah. Hier noch was umbringen? Dumme Frage, mich will hier alles umbringen. Das will ich bestimmt umbringen. Ich hab's gecallt und hab mich trotzdem erschrocken. Oh Gott. Ein Schlüssel. Eigentlich müsste ich mich ja viel mehr erschrecken, dabei richtig ausrasten, das dann klippen. Und dann kann ich bei diesen Clip-Compilation-Videos mitmachen. Werde ich richtig fame. Aber da habe ich auch irgendwie nicht so Bock drauf. Das wäre etwas unauthentisch. Was war das? Okay. Okay, Shotgun oder Hunting Rifle? Ich mag die Shotgun gerade ganz gern. Wie viel Muni habe ich mit der Hunting Rifle? Weniger. Dann bleib ich bei der Shotgun. Ganz ehrlich. Wie weit ist es denn noch bis Mirror's Peak? Ich glaube, ich spiele die Episode noch zu Ende. Ich glaube, nach der Episode werde ich auch mal aufhören.
The kidnapper had sent me a text. The message was full of spelling errors and insults. It was telling me to hurry up.
Du, ich gebe schon mein Bestes. Ich glaube, ich bin fast da. Ich glaube, die Episode ist jetzt gleich auch vorbei. Weil da kommt noch was. Bin mir gerade nicht ganz sicher.
Birds.
Zieht Leine. Da oben ist es. Ein tiefer, dunkler Minenschacht ist auch genau das, wo man sein möchte, wenn man von der Dunkelheit verfolgt wird. Tunnels go to Cauldron Lake. Oh Gott. Das ist eine schlechte Idee, da runter zu gehen, oder? Das ist Alice, die da ruft. Das ist eine richtig schlechte Idee.
Without warning, the headache stabbed at my brain.
Alice?
Alles in mir sagt, ich sollte hier nicht runtergehen. Da ist der See. Oder Wasser aus dem See. Und eine Manuskriptseite.
The hunters were big, thick-set men, confident and at home in the woods. They were feeling good, running on beer, ghost stories, and camaraderie late into the night. It did them no good, as they were taken by the dark presence, sucked deep into a darkness far worse than any ghost story they ever told or heard.
So. Ist aber nichts wie raus aus der Mine. Das sieht nach einer Arena aus.
Even behind the closed doors and curtains of his grimy room at the Majestic, the local motel, Nightingale could feel the locals' eyes on him, the unrelenting pressure of their judgment. He forced it out of his mind. For all he knew, they could all be under Wake's spell already. You do what you have to do to get the job done. He took comfort from the bottle in his hand. Please, he thought, just let me get through this.
Nightingale könnte auch der Protagonist in dieser Story sein. Wir wissen es nicht. Also in der Story, Oh, das ist schlecht. Oh Gott, ich habe ein Problem. Problem gelöst. Dunkelheit hat ihre Hand lange überall. Selbst hier unten in der Mine.
I'd have to make my way up this mine shaft in order to go on. Maybe the machinery could help me with that.
Jetzt. Da hoch. Ich finde das schön, wie Alan Wake mit der Taschenlampe in der Hand so gut Leitern klettern kann. Ich könnte das wahrscheinlich nicht. Die wäre mir da so ein bisschen im Weg. So, und jetzt einmal ganz nach oben. Oder fast ganz nach oben. Das sollte so reichen. Licht. Hoch oder runter? Wahrscheinlich muss ich runter. Da zu diesem Seilzug oder was das ist hin müssen. Ich hatte irgendwie im Kopf, dass die Mine ein bisschen länger dauert. Und irgendwie auch noch davor was passiert, aber keine Ahnung.
Lightning flashed behind the windows of Cauldron Lake Lodge. Tor Anderson laughed and held the steel hammer above his head. Nurse Sinclair was trying to calm him down without success. Tor grinned madly and shouted, "My hammer's up. Here's a friendly poke from Molnir, wench." He brought the hammer down with all his might on Sinclair's head. "We're on a comeback tour, baby."
Ich glaube, wir müssen nur noch darüber. Natürlich wieder fucking Vögel. Da konnte ich die aber schnell in die Luft schlagen. Na, hoffentlich hält das Ding.
Oh, great. Another cable car. Just great.
Überhaupt nicht gruselig. Aua. Komm, traut euch. Traut euch. Ich krieg euch. Oh oh. Das ist schlecht. Oh fuck. Dass Alan das überlebt hat, ist auch nur reines Glück, ganz ehrlich. Wo zur Hölle kam das her? Heilige Scheiße. Ich glaube, für das Achievement ist es zu spät. Habe ich zu viele von den Dosen verpasst. Komm noch das Stückchen. Weg, oder? Gordon Lake. Ich höre dich. Cauldron Lake, the eighth deepest lake in the world. Cauldron Lake is a caldera lake formed in a volcanic crater. The volcano itself could be considered to be active, but it has not erupted since the volcanic earthquakes of 1970. And even then, the underground activity was comparably mild. Despite some property damage, there were no casualties. Cauldron Lake is one of the most beautiful spots in the White Falls area, as well as a central figure in many local folk tales. It's a popular recreational area for the area residents. Also, tiefer See ist schön. Das war so klar. Natürlich muss diese Hängebrücke wackelig sein. Natürlich passiert mitten auf dem Weg was. Sollte... Fuck, ich war gerade einfach nur dumm. Kann man nicht anders sagen. Ich habe noch voll viele Flares, ich kann Flares benutzen. Aua. Irgendwo... Ah. Hier ist irgendwo so ein Supply Point. glaube, ich hab's fast geschafft. Ich bin da.
Maud had checked all of Stucky's rental cabins. There had been no sign of the Wakes. It was dark when he'd found their car parked at the end of the road by Cauldron Lake. It made no sense. They must have taken a wrong turn, but there was no sign of them, and the car had been there for hours already. Frustrated, Mott stood on the rotten ruin of the footbridge that had once led to Diver's Isle before it sank beneath the waves years ago. The boss wouldn't be happy.
Wer zur Hölle ist Mod? Ist Mod der Kidnapper? Die Tür ist zugemauert. Da kommt man nicht rein. Da kommt man wahrscheinlich rein. Und da kommt man nicht rein. Monsieur Tom, CW and TZ. You talk to me on TV, Tom. Monsieur Tom, did you write this? Tom. I curse you, Thomas Zane. Das ist nicht gut. Oder habe ich gerade eine Dings aufge... Nein, habe ich nicht. Gerade kurz gesagt, ich hätte eine Seite aufgenommen, ohne die gelesen zu haben. Da liegt noch was. What? glaube, das war ein ganz guter Call, bis zum Ende der Episode zu spielen. Gleich schon 2. Ist dann eine ganz gute Zeit, um aufzuhören. Für heute.
I could see Cauldron Lake. I thought I could make out the spot where the island and the cabin had been. There was a light near it. It had to be a boat. I was close now. I had to get there fast. I dreaded what I would find. I tried to hold on to Alice, but her form melted away. I was losing control. Dr. Hartman stood in her place. I wanted to hit him, but my arms were jelly. He smiled. It was a reassuring smile, and I hated him for it. I had to give you a sedative. Don't fight it. You went through another rough period. Right now, it's very important that you stay calm. We don't want you to have another episode. You're a patient at my clinic. Have been for a while now.
Okay, wir merken, die Story wird in Zukunft immer wilder.
Wait! That you? Wait! Hey, I'm here! I'm coming! No! Get away! Sorry. Please, it's late. The boss didn't know who he was messing with. I didn't know. I swear, I didn't know.
Okay, der Entführer ist wahrscheinlich wirklich ein Mod.
We don't know where she is. She's probably drowned. We just said we had her to make a play ball. You see? They got him writing for us.
Du kleiner Bastard. Dass der sich da nichts bei gebrochen hat. Oder verrenkt oder sonst irgendwas. Das ist mega gefährlich. Uiuiui. Aus der Höhe ist Wasser sehr hart. Und das war's mit... In welcher Episode waren wir jetzt? Drei erst. Kommen noch 2? Kommen noch 2 oder 3 Episoden? Oh, ich weiß es nicht. Reicht aber für heute, würde ich sagen. Ich weiß gar nicht, ob ich jetzt einfach hier raus quitten kann. Das wäre geil. Und ich dann einfach mit dem Rückblick von der nächsten Episode oder für... keine Ahnung. Mit dem Rückblick einfach weitermachen könnte. Das wäre nice. Ah, okay. Ich quitte jetzt einfach zum Menü. Ah. Es ist wieder sehr schön. Ich glaube, es war eine gute Idee, nochmal mit dem ersten Teil einzusteigen. Es fühlt sich einfach gut an, das Spiel nochmal zu spielen. Und ich weiß nicht, wie viel Rückbezüge der zweite Teil auf den ersten hat. Ja. Aber auf jeden Fall. Es ist gut. Ich gucke jetzt, werde jetzt spontan entscheiden, ob ich morgen oder übermorgen weiter streame. Aber jetzt die nächste Woche gibt es auf jeden Fall noch einen restlichen Alan Wake Marathon. Ich bin jetzt raus. Ich wünsche noch eine wunderschöne gute Nacht, wenn noch jemand da ist. Ansonsten bis zum nächsten Mal. Vielen Dank fürs Einschalten, fürs Zuschauen. Und bis dann. Tschüss.
Now the muse she was his happiness, and he rhymed about her grace and told the stories of treasures deep beneath the blackened waves. Till in the stillness of one dawn, still in its misty crown, the muse she went down to the lake, and in the waves she drowned. And now to see her love set free, you will need the witch's cabin key. Find the lady of the light, gone mad with the night. That's how you reshape destiny. The poet came down to the lake to call out to his dear. When there was no answer, he was overcome with fear. He searched in vain for his treasure lost, and too soon the night would fall, and only his own echo would wail back at his call. And when he swore to bring back his love by stories he'd create, nightmares shifted in their sleep in the darkness of the lake. And now to see a love set free, you will need the witch's cabin key. Find the lady of the light, still raving in the night. That's how you reshape destiny. In the dead of night she came to him with darkness in her eyes. We're in a morning gown, sweet words as her disguise. He took her in without a word, for he saw his grave mistake, and vowed them both to silence deep beneath the lake. Now if it's real or just a dream, one mystery remains, for it is set on moonless nights they may still haunt this place. That's how